Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. Greetings. Wow. There we go. Okay, welcome to our show. This is our anti-war rally today. I'm David Sponheim, running for president in 2016, and we are taking chatters, comments at the Vaughn chat room, as well as other chat rooms tonight. We've got various networks broadcasting this anti-war message, and we are going to take a look now at that setting over there and make sure I'm in the people room, which I think I might still be in news and technology. We are doing a show from 6 to 9 on a nightly basis, but we also have a pre-show during the rest of the week. We start at 5, so I start playing movies at that time. But during our weekend show at 6 to 9, we've always had the 6 to 9 show. But, right, that's right, 6 to 9 is Pacific time. That's correct. So that's something you could actually rely on. All right. Many of you were here earlier. I'm sorry that you think we're supposed to be on earlier, but we were always the 6 to 9 show. We came out with the 5 to 9 show because we had competitors that were taking up the early time slot and trying to say bad things about me on a nightly basis. And it was frustrating because, I've never said bad things about them. All right. Hi, Squonk. Conspiracy Saturday. Well, with the threat of war ever so imminent, constantly being pushed by our government, the American people really have no other choice but to build a third party. We can't solve this any other way. And if we believe that the two parties are going to somehow map our way out of a war with another country, then we're kidding ourselves. They've been all about war. That's why we've had wars all these years. The wars that we are still involved in, Iraq War, which Obama said he was going to get us out of without leaving any infrastructure in place, is an example of how poorly managed his foreign policy has been. Many people have called Obama's foreign policy feckless. Well, that's putting it mildly. He's actually inspiring angry people around the world leaders, to respond with more aggression. We see that in South China Seas with the new base that the Chinese government is developing, pushing our pivot to China into the background and literally forcing their presence deeper and deeper into areas that we've occupied around the Philippines. So that part of our foreign policy has eroded somewhat. We have people on the horizon that want to drive a wedge between us and China at the same time, like Donald Trump, who simply wants to charge people 30% tariffs, without even evaluating the effect on the economy. Now, I don't see Donald Trump dropping the price of his hotel rooms 30%, but somehow he thinks we should bend over and take less and less imports from China and affect our economy by simply gouging them. I've talked about a 15% ecological tariff for over 4 years now, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Gosh, it's going on 8 years. And he's talked about a 30% right after, of course, I've been doing this for 4 or 5 years. All right. Well, believe me, China is exploiting themselves. There's an internal problem with pollution. And I've been saying it all along. We don't have a big threat from China like Bush and Obama and other people are saying. They're having an internal implosion because of the failing environment. Air pollution is so bad, people are buying cans of air. Yes, I did get my Powerball ticket, Agent Black. Thank you. No, they're laughing at themselves right now. No. China is failing. You didn't follow the market, Beekman? China took another dip last week, an 8% dip in the market. That makes it close to a 40% dip in the Chinese stock market ever since we heard that they were number one in production. And a week later, their stock market collapses. So it's all BS about China being this danger, this big economic threat. That's all BS. China's got their own problems, and in no way do I want to exploit their problems. by gouging them 30% and further deflating their economy with a no trade position. We have a huge debt to China, in case you didn't know. And we're just going to turn around and blow that off and charge them 30%. We do need to get tougher, but an ecological tariff of 15% is a sensible solution. It's got triggers so that it'll help the environment and stop human rights abuses. He doesn't have anything. He just has this mindless 30% tariff. It's crazy. It's okay. You guys can find your own path in life. I found mine. It's the purple tie path. Mr. Purple Tie today. I got this tie from my sister. She thought it was kind of a cool thing. It was sitting on the wall and in a store, and she said, "Does anyone want to buy that?" And they said, No, nobody bought it. Massive blast rocks chemical plant in southern China. Wow, just like I was talking about. China. And many people in China are believing that this is possibly purposeful, that there's this sabotage on the Chinese industry. You don't know. I mean, a massive fire broke out after a chemical plant exploded in the city of Liangshuzhang in China's southeastern Hunan province. Wow. The firefighters managed to contain the blaze, but there were no casualties as a result of the incident. That's good to know. Thanks for sharing. Okay, so let's check and see how the room is. I may want to open up guest chat at any time in the show, so a lot of you guests would like to participate. You can, after we get that rolling. You like the tie? Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. She said it was just like nobody wanted it, so they gave it to her. Isn't that sweet? No, man, I don't take mods. We used to do mods back in the day, in the Blog TV days, but then everybody was a mod back in that day. And then everyone was kicking everybody out. Then if everyone's mods, then no one has the ability to kick anybody out. It just gets to be confusing. And then ones who got mods feel like they're superior to the ones who don't have it, and then the people that have been in their show for like 10 years or 7 years are really upset because they're not mods. I mean, it's just a huge... Hi, Dave. I'm here. I missed you. Hi, Green-Eyed Girl. Dapper, thank you. You know, I've been getting all my ties for free. I only bought one tie in my life, and that was when I was working at Bullock's department store in the men's furnishings department. Actually, I bought 2 ties. And that was the end of my tie purchasing days back in the day. I worked 3 jobs when I was 18 years old. I had a job at Bullock's, and I worked at a major theater in Hollywood, and I worked in the t-shirt industry. I was just hauling, making bucks. Trying to stock away my savings back in the day. Yeah, I'm not like Sean Hannity. He's overweight and self-absorbed and doesn't understand and have a real sensitive side. I have a sensitive side. I understand the terrible atrocities being committed by corporatists on the environment. I blame the top 1%. He doesn't. I mean, I don't really have anything in common with him. Well, it's a cool tie, yeah. Yeah, he is self-absorbed. He's completely self-absorbed. No, Hannity doesn't even recognize that ISIS is Hillary and Barack's invention. I started saying that about 2.5 years ago, and now Donald Trump is saying it. Yeah, it's amazing. Everything I say 3 years ago, Donald Trump says today. Yeah, I know my eyes are red. I have green eyes. Green eyes. That's just like Green-Eyed Girl. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when we funded the war against Muammar Gaddafi, and we are essentially the NATO forces, 75% of NATO forces are U.S. based. We essentially, our nation, funded known terrorists, mujahideen, that converted to Al-Qaeda. These are the people that, we are obviously dealing with now, with rebels getting money from us. We're giving money to terrorists. So the CIA decided to launch their own war to create terror to finance further operations around the world. We've got corporatists and military contract people that literally love war. They make money on war, and they want to keep making more. So they're going to scare the living daylights out of the American people. So every single event that happens, you have to really roll through the possibilities. What is it? Is it real, or is it Memorex? Is there any evidence that the Paris attack really happened? And the deeper you look, the more you realize they just literally staged an event, made it look like people died, and who knows, maybe people did die. I don't know, but it doesn't look like it's the way it said it was supposed to happen. I mean, hardly anybody in that stadium, that sports stadium, and the photographs we have of when the blast went off doesn't even show the reaction of the players in the background to anything. They'll just continue kicking the ball around. It's not like they could have overdubbed that right over the entire audio feed from a controlled sportscast. I mean, everything is questionable at this point. No, not the entire city. They only need about maybe 100 people to create a conspiratorial terrorist event. Seriously. They say about 150 people were involved in the World Trade Center attack. Now, that really was a time when we lost a lot of people. But my question is, was it genocide committed by known terrorists? Because we never did capture those people. Or was it a more sinister plot that was designed to cover up money laundering? A massive amount of money laundering. Just one day before the attack at the Trade Center in 2001, Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, said that the Pentagon was missing $2.3 trillion. And then no one ever mentioned it again. Of course I could pass a drug test. I don't take drugs, Beekman. You know that. No, I don't need to take Rorschach tests. People that are seeking help go to psychologists. People that are in need of help should go to a psychologist, I guess, or a pastor or something. Yeah, where did the money go? The fact is, we don't know. That's what you're looking at, is the cover-up upon cover-ups, at the very least. Now, if that belies a deeper, more sinister mission, an inside job, I don't know. But I do have questions. And I assure you, there is ample evidence that there's a cover-up, especially about the detonation that went on. All those explosions that people witness, and the visual explosion of the buildings dropping. No other evidence of a building in the history of buildings shows them dropping because planes hit them. And remember, there was a recent burning fire in Dubai on New Year's Eve. That building didn't tumble. Isn't that amazing? You know, just stayed right there. I'm not going to make any offers of a dollar to anybody right now until I win the $900 million lottery. But chances are, if I were to win the $900 million lottery, you'd probably be watching a repeat show every night while I was receiving therapy from a massage therapist to calm down. I'd probably hook up to a massage therapist and just start, just give me a back rub. I couldn't do the show for a while, is what I'm saying. I'd have to contain it. We'll keep the repeated show going for you. But then I'll have to decide how I'm going to spend the money and which buy time sections of the media I want to focus on. Do I want to buy Facebook ad promotion, which probably is a good value for its money? Or do I want to go out and do the cable TV commercials, which I've been wanting to do for some time, but I don't have enough donations to do? Or possibly, do I want to just buy major time on the networks? On Jimmy Fallon's show, Tonight Show, or Jimmy Kimmel? Yeah. You'll only get 380 million. That's not true. If I win the 900 million, I probably will get about 600. They take like 1/3 of the amount of money. You like Jimmy Kimmel? Okay. Yeah, it's the kind of a guy only his mother would love. Yeah, the collapse was free fall, no plane hit, just fires. So Agent Black believes that there was no plane at all. It was just a free fall collapse. Yeah. That would definitely imply detonation or demolition. 410 Max in DC. I don't know. $900 million. They only take like 40%. I think max is the tax on that. Technically, it's 34%, but I think you have the ultimate minimum deductible tax. There's a lot of other taxes that come into play, but it definitely shouldn't get more than 40%. Beekman, wow, you're calling everyone ignorant morons. Why is that? For believing that it was a cover-up? Well, we call you that, Beekman, because you're such an imbecile. I guess welcome to the Mutual Degradation Society. I mean, let's turn this into a Mutual Admiration Society. What do you say? IRS can take your passport. Did you know that you need a passport now to travel between states on planes? As of 2016? Well, if I win, yeah, if the Powerball is 900 million, good luck staying anonymous. It's going to be hard to cash it in when you get into the front counter and say, I have the winning number. They'll probably try to hack your hand off with a machete. You'd have to do a discreet meeting with the lottery professionals. I would probably not show up for a couple months just to let the cool down. Well, why don't I just start celebrating right now that I know I'm going to win? I feel like one of those people at the casino when they're pushing those $3 buttons and $5 bets. It's like they know they're going to win on that one. and surely if they throw this extra 100 into it, they're going to win. They say that gambling was created for people that don't understand math. I tend to agree. But then we got this guy at my local store who refuses. He's the guy who sells the lotto tickets. He has such a negative attitude, it's unbelievable. And he refuses to buy a ticket. I won't spend $2 on that stupid Powerball. And no one can convince him that if you don't buy it, you're never going to win. I'll never win. And he has this terrible attitude. The ever-surging Powerball jackpot has grown to 900 million, just hours ahead of Saturday night's drawing. The lucky winner will take home an estimated $558 million if they choose a lump sum cash prize. But no. I'm going to go ahead and take the payments. You get more that way. Yeah, wouldn't you take the payments? Or would you go for the lump sum? That's the big decision you have to make here. Eric, David, the NSA is after your stream. What are you talking about? Larry was in here on our show. He's probably multicasting. What are you talking about? Larry does this all the time. We'll take a look and see what he's doing. Larry was in just last night. Larry Levi. Yeah, he's broadcasting this. There you go. People do this all the time. Yeah. Okay, let's do guest on. We have a growing audience because our messages are really important. It's spot on. We definitely need a third party, no question about it. Ooh, I like that. So, folks, we've got the new promotional banner that Scissor Fight found on Hefner 2015. Look at that. Consume. Consume. Obey. Consume. Consume. One of those guys looks like Donald Trump. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Don't consume. Consume. Sleep. Waste time. Trust my image. Food. There's Donald. Yeah. That is freaky. Oh, and the Pope, too. Can't wait. Nightmare times. Were you a bodybuilder? Yes, I was. But not professionally. I worked out at the World's Gym when they first started out. People like Frank Zane were there. Heck, I even showered with Joe Gold. Yeah. That sounds kind of kinky, doesn't it? You can start whatever you want, guys. You know, the idea is to spread the message about a third party. No, I never lifted professionally. I just joined this World's Gym the year after Joe Gold sold his entire Gold's Gym to all these people. And well, I didn't see his genitalia. No, I mean, I showered next to the guy when I was 17. Yeah. I started benching when I was 17. Oh, thanks, Larry. That's okay. You can broadcast it. That's no big deal. Yeah, I guess you can start chatting now. It's cool. Yeah, that was really scary, Scissor Fight. I'm afraid I may be getting subliminally seduced into being a consumer if I watch that too much. And I'm not a consumer. Well, yeah, a lot of you bi-curious people think I'm very attractive and don't realize I'm actually Beekman. I never showered with men. I was at the World's Gym. Like I said, I was a young, strapping college student, freshman year in my 17th year. So I joined the World's Gym and started working out that year. I decided I really didn't want to lift as a profession. I didn't want to get all muscle bound. I like the sleek look. That's why I swim. I like smooth muscles. That way I'm a little bit more limber. Yeah, it occurred to me that a lot of people are accusing me of being gay because they're bi-curious. And we've had this problem a lot on our show. And I don't know what the deal is, but yeah. Nope, not into that, man. I've always been incredibly attracted to women. I mean, really. So much so that it's difficult for me to stand in a crowd of people and not look at the beautiful women. Yeah, I could show you my abs, sure. But I'm not going to. Yeah, see, a lot of you people are hopelessly bi-curious. No, Obama, I think, is 100% bi. I think that's pretty safe to assume he's bisexual. Heck, he's lived with a transgender how many years now? I mean, let's just call it what it is. It is what it is. Oh, here's an idea. You want to get puffy eyes? Try a couple of fresh jalapeno slices. Do not do this. Warning. Do not do as I say. Wow. Yeah, that'll cause some problems. No question about it. You're a raging beast, baby girl. You're an actual woman. There's so many guys here. It's amazing we have an actual woman here. How did you pull, Sarah? Well, I spent 2 years on the internet when the internet first started. And I said, there's got to be the right person out there for me. And at one point, I had over 50 different online chat girlfriends. And I finally was at the rock bottom, and I said, I don't like any of these women. I just started getting rid of my buddy list. Back then, we had buddy lists. Okay. There you go. I don't know, Slammer. It's that they don't understand what the freedom of speech is that's guaranteed in our Constitution. Slammer of Hogg said, why do people call you racist when you do Obama impersonations? Because they don't understand humor. They want to accuse anybody who has to do a blackface as being a racist. It's like the mindlessness of our culture is revealed in that racist accusation. No, I don't use AIM anymore, no. I'm trying to avoid that toothpaste. What are you talking about, a network? Anyway, I was on AOL, yeah, you're laughing. Yeah, well, I got off of AOL, not in the proverbial sense. I didn't get off on it. Well, maybe I did. But no, I joined an organization that was part of the Excite network back then. And Excite was popular, and then they went out of business. They were one of the first to go. But that's pretty cool. But they ended up going under. But before they went under, they had this really cool chat network. And it's never, ever been duplicated on the internet. And I'm still kind of miffed that we don't have that chat network or something like it. And it was called the VIP Excite network. And I was on the network for about 2 weeks. And I just finally said, no, I can't believe my luck. And then I had an internet girlfriend that I ended up meeting, a Jamaican American woman, through that network. And I went and I started visiting her. I actually flew down to where she lived and visited her. And we kind of had a up and down relationship. It was really off and on, hot and cold. I don't know if you've ever been on a roller coaster with a person emotionally, but it was the most roller coaster relationship I've ever had. And we weren't even involved. No, I didn't get that intimate, but thank you. Well, it was a Jamaican American woman, and she was really prejudiced against African Americans. I found that interesting. It was pay per minute back then. Yeah, it was expensive. I had Earth something, Earthlink. Anyway, it was a in and out relationship, up and down mostly. No in and out, just up and down. I think the Texas governor calling for a constitutional convention is the right move. If 35 states out of the 50 states put together a constitutional convention, they can actually make it happen. Under our Constitution, this is exactly what we need to do. There's a lot of people that feel that they're disenfranchised in our country and are not getting their message out. Texas has every right to call for that. Anyway, I had this volatile relationship, and I broke up with her. But she didn't even accept the idea that we were dating. I mean, she refused to admit it. And it was... This is hilarious. Some people are really shocked when they get this browser request saying, would you like to install Windows 10? Oh no, I don't want to do that. It's too difficult. I have to hit the download button. Oh no. So I broke up with her, and I went... the volatility continued, and I had this big heated conversation with her, and we had talked for like 200 hours on the phone, me and this Jamaican American woman. I won't tell you any more than that. And I just said, okay, well, we're never going to talk to each other. I mean, I think I cast her to hell and she cast me to hell or something. It was terrible. And then I said, well, maybe I'll go on VPX site and see if she's trying to avoid me on there. So I went on there, and lo and behold, a person with a similar name came on. A similar name, mind you. Very similar. I mean, one was Callie Gal, and the other was Callie Smiles. That's right. And you can imagine who Callie Smiles was. Well, I thought, well, maybe she changed her name because she's trying to avoid me. So I started talking with this Callie Smiles. And guess who it was? So I was at the bottom of the barrel when it was like out to sea so long and so frustrated, and you really reached the end of your rope. And then lo and behold, I met Sarah online. Yeah. And then she wowed me by letting me send her an MPEG of my, or actually I sent her a WAV file of my voice, and then she said, yeah, give me a call, I like your voice. So I called her on the phone, and that's where it all started. And then I visited her, like, I had to drive 700 miles each way just to visit Sarah when I first met her.
You talked about how we met.
Yeah. Online. On VPX site. So, yeah.
And I saw a picture of him.
You saw a picture of me, yeah.
He sent me a picture.
My standard picture that was out there, yeah.
And I said, well, if he looks like he's pictured, and he sounds like his voice, he has the best voice, like, online, especially when he is like, hello, Sarah.
Wow. Hello, Sarah. I even have that clip, but I'm not going to play it for you. So this is what you think of me now. Beekman has got me down to the Big Bird outfit. That's pretty funny. I used to be called Big Bird in the old days when people thought I looked like Larry Bird. I don't really think I do. Dow Jones, yes, still at 1104. Silver at 1393. Dropped a little bit.
Oh, you met your hubby online too. Green-eyed curl, awesome. Silver's down. I should start buying some silver.
Well, it's going up. Gold made a turn up. Silver is still hovering right around 14. It looked like it went up this week, though, and it's kind of dropped just a teens. I'm 6'4", and that should eliminate any people concerned that maybe I'm some porno star, because there's a guy out there that somebody says I look like. He's not 6'4", I assure you. All right, let's see what we got. Based on the profile, Facebook is now a public entity. All members must post a note like this. If you prefer, you can copy and paste this version. Really? Okay, the content of this profile is private and confidential information.
David is 6'4".
Yeah. No, I didn't send any nudes. I just sent my photo. I think I even have that photo somewhere in my library.
Should I open up the other sites that you're casting on?
Yeah, we can do that. That'll be good. Let me just pull this up and see what we got.
You might want to do that.
Yeah, I will. Definitely open it up. So I sent her a picture of me.
No.
And she instantly said, "Dude, you're like so old, man."
Like, no. Totally too much ego.
Yeah. I am older than Sarah by 18 years, so.
And he has a little bit of an ego, but not like Billy.
Not like that, yeah. I don't think I have that one that I sent you a long time ago. It was way before all of these pictures.
No, you don't.
No, it's way gone.
I have it still somewhere.
Yeah.
And you can say I sent you the Princess Leia one.
Oh yeah, this is
like, yeah, here's my picture.
This is Sarah sent me
kidding.
Princess Leia, and she said I look like her.
Yeah, no.
Well, you do kind of.
I do, but.
Yeah, we're taking calls.
I've never had hair as long as Princess Leia until now, so
yeah.
Now I have the hair, so I can actually do all those hair things.
Yeah, I don't know about the new Star Wars. I understand Harrison Ford managed to take up and get enough Viagra together to do the show.
Haven't tried it yet.
We haven't tried it yet, Larry, but it looks really promising. That free VPN service is queued up for us to use. Thank you for that. New Obama rules allow doctors to declare patriots, conservatives, and constitutionalists mentally ill to ban their gun rights without due process. Are you serious? Oh my God. I mean, I read the other day that people suffering from the desire to eat good food are actually suffering from mental illness. Arantha rexia nervosa. But now we're finding out that if you're a patriot or conservative, you're going to be declared mentally ill. This is unbelievable. I mean, I cannot believe.
If you want your guns.
Banning their guns without due process. This is phenomenal. Where are they getting this? Following the Alinsky Marx playbooks to the letter. One thing Obama and complicit members of Congress have managed to do during his tenure is create suspicion, distrust, and anger between Americans and the various professions they used to trust. One of the new groups on the outs under Obama are police officers. Through the racial politicization of the relatively few instances where cops have been using excessive and deadly force, well, there's a lot of those, Obama and a compliant Praetorian Guard lamestream media have successfully turned entire communities against the thin blue line that protects them from anarchy and chaos, even to the point where officers are getting killed more often. It's true the officers are dying, but over 1,000 people unarmed are dying in our country. Many of them disproportionately are white, believe it or not. I have a size 12 shoe. I don't know. I think Sarah looks great. Sarah looks great. She's over 30. She doesn't look like hell. What the heck, man? You expect to ever get a date that looking like that, talking like that?
I'm 37, yeah, soon to be 38.
And I'm 55.
He thinks I'm timeless, though.
Oh, that's so sweet, yeah.
I guess.
That's nice.
So, I'm proof that women don't all look horrible after the age of 30.
Yeah. And it's maintaining your daily diet and daily exercise.
Holy cow. A little makeup.
My thumb?
A long way.
How old is Sarah? She's 37.
I'm 37. And, well, I'm almost 38.
Amazing. Okay, the drug lord Guzman, or known as El Chapo, is facing extradition to the U.S. Okay, I guess he's not going to follow through on his threat to Trump. That's a good thing for Trump.
Well, that's why they're bringing him to the U.S. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. You think he'll break out of a jail in the U.S.?
I'm sorry, I just had to say that.
That could be closer to Trump. I mean, don't ship Guzman to New York City. I can see federal marshals renting a room at Trump Plaza to house him for the night. David, anyone but can be anonymous winning the lottery by making a trust. Okay, let me contact my attorney and make that happen. I better make a trust because I know I'm going to win this.
You should make a trust even if you don't win it.
I don't trust the people I make trusts with. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's not a link, Beekman. What are you sending? Gibberish? Yeah, well, we know that the jail is purchasable. We've got a for-private prison industry that's pumping out a lot of corrupt cops. Today we had an encounter where we were eating dinner and some ex-cop starts talking near us to some of the hostesses. And I'm starting to hear words that I shouldn't be hearing in a restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll definitely send you a few bucks for sure, Scissor Fight. We'll put you up in a palace where you could just audio edit all day long. Would that be nice? I'm just a little concerned that if I do win, which I probably will, that I won't be able to talk about it publicly. So if I look like I'm not the winner tomorrow, just by chance,
he did win. No, just kidding.
Just know that I probably did win. I'm able to cover the excitement by acting calm. Yeah, I'm Trump light, but I also have a brain and new ideas, which he's borrowed from all of our work that we've done. He's taken numerous ideas and borrowed them and called them his own. It's kind of sad.
You would have to be the best poker face. I'm not sure that would happen.
No, I'd be more like, I'm so happy.
Like, I'm out of here. I'm not doing the show anymore.
I know. It'd be difficult. I'd do the show live. I would just keep buying disposable phones and buying extra airtime.
Goodness.
You'd have me driving around with my phone on, and I was like, yeah, I gotta ditch this prepaid plan and get something new. They only give you like 7 gigs or 5 gigs of total upload time. I can't even do a show from any of the 4G network phones that they have.
Not yet, Larry.
No, we don't do Sundays.
That's true. Yeah, it's true. David would have a whole day to
relax.
And not to get himself together so he wouldn't reveal that he was a winner.
No, neither. I've never had a threat from anyone.
Thank you for crying.
I've never been threatening to anybody either. Oh, if you win, you're going to gift me a few million? Oh my gosh.
Thanks.
That's amazing. Thank you, Scissor Fight. That's so sweet.
$11 p.m. Eastern. Okay.
Thank you. The background of infinity is only surpassed by David's intellect and Sarah's beauty.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's very sweet.
Yeah, would you dump me and get an 18-year-old? No.
Well, I'll be calling you from Orgy Island and saying, here with Bill, and I was wondering, Sarah, you don't mind holding the fort down for a while we... I never had any sex with anyone. I'll just have to learn how to talk like him. No, it would be extremely hard to keep the lid on an $800 million lotto win. I'm gonna try to calm down right now in advance of winning.
I'll just not even tell David.
You don't mind holding the fort down for a while we. I know. We did have actually a really good numbers. I did a quick pick, and I've already won in terms of the numbers. I liked all the numbers. That's a big sign right there.
One quick pick.
One quick pick, and I liked the numbers. That's the first sign right there that something's good going to happen.
Something good's happening.
The chances of me winning, of course, is less than being hit by lightning.
You know what's probably likely is like more than one person will win.
Oh yeah.
So you feel old.
I think Jeb has Florida in the bag. I think he may win Alabama. I think Jeb could possibly win Iowa and put Trump packing. Seriously. If Jeb wins Iowa, Trump is going to go into reverse. He won't know what to do. You can't buy the votes in states unless you really go out of your way and make phone calls. Now, if Trump's calling you in Iowa right now saying he's going to give you a free room in one of his Trump plazas for voting for him, that would be the best strategy for him, actually. No, I wouldn't. You know, I don't think you even know me. I'm not materialistic. I don't even know if the money would even move. It would just sit in an account while I live on expired food items.
Thank you, Leroy. And no, I'm not really interested in further information about it.
The first thing I'd have to do is get Scissorfied a beautiful hotel room, permanent hotel room overlooking the water in California. So I could visit him and we could do audio editing together. That'd be fun.
Why would you do a hotel room? You don't want a house? Or
Well, if he could afford a house, yeah. I mean, you know what apartments cost over there?
Condo?
Like $1.5 million on the water.
I know,
It's like
crazy. Empty space. You know, maybe you should buy a land up in Northern California.
I think we should build a complex.
Up in Northern California,
Yeah.
the land is cheaper.
We should build the ocean pipeline. That would be good.
There you go. Yeah.
Wow, that was huge. I had a little sneezing thing here. I turned the audio down for all of you.
Thanks, Van Beast.
No, it was just a general reaction to the harsh LED lights that are. I've got to come up with an excuse for that.
For what? Wearing sunglasses?
Sunglasses at night. No,
You like to wear sunglasses at night.
I do,
your
but
excuse?
my whole
He
face
likes
just
to
blew
do
up
it.
when I was like, I just had 2 explosions for my. I better blow my
You better
nose. I'll be
go.
right back.
Yeah, take a break. That's why I'm here.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
You know, then you can come back at like, and then I can take a break, but not really take a break. Go work on other things related to the campaign, which I didn't do all week. I kind of postponed it till tonight, so gonna do that. Good evening, Agent Black. How are you doing this evening? I hope you have not worked too hard this week. I know, that is totally David's song. He wears his sunglasses at night. I don't have either diamonds, love me or hate me. I wouldn't mind, I like the princess setting, I guess. Wow, Lot Lizard, that is a disgusting question. Why are you asking that question? Yes, Ham Beast. Wow, interesting, Steve-O. Thank you, S-Heart. Yes, I bought my one. Well, David bought his lotto ticket, so David might win. No promises for that, Bengalitis. However, I do think I will work on implementing all of our great ideas. Mika, you might be right. Oh, thank you for that concept, Bengalitis. I would like to buy property near a internet hub. I believe that we will start building momentum now and next month. 6499. I've already started building momentum with you being here. The new laptop has arrived. Would you like to see it? I have not yet plugged it in or turned it on yet, Agent Black, but I do have it right here. I could show you to it. It's pretty awesome. So, here's my new laptop. It's an MSI laptop. MSI. Number 1 in gaming. What? Call the police. 6603. Here's a little nice. This is to protect the keyboard in between the screen and the laptop. There you go. Nice. Number 1 in gaming. You have an MSI 1991? Nice. Here's my 17-inch screen. There's all of the specs on it. There you go. Yes, Darth Randall. I don't yet know how to do hardware. I know I'm a horrible person. I don't even know how to do certain things. Specifics. It does look quite sexy. I agree with you.
I'm going to get the directions out
Are you
so we
gonna
can.
get the
directions will tell you
power
about.
cable charger?
That's what I'm thinking. Is directions
I think David will go get those.
and the power cable. I mean, the box alone is kind of cool. It's like the Ferrari of gaming computers. Isn't that cool?
I'm glad that you can build your own computer.
I'm glad you can
Darth
build your own.
Vandal. Randall. Vandal. Oh.
Vandal? Vandal.
Vandal, Randall. Whatever.
I was wondering about...
What game do you play, Sarah? Well, I mainly do video
yeah.
casting to all of you, so I needed something that could video cast to all of you when I go on my campaign trail after David wins the lottery.
Yeah, really. We'll need this to travel to the Fiji area to set up our remote location.
Shall I look and read?
Yeah, we'll just read how long it needs to be charged before
I know. Well, it's about the video part, not necessarily about the game part. To me, it's about having the video capabilities.
AC adapter.
No, that's fine. We'll just get started.
Well, I've been through 2 HP computers. They burned out. In the past 7 years, we've been through 2 computers. Burned out, literally. I mean, I ended up selling them for parts. It's just... And today we walked by a closeout sale of HP computers, laptops, as low as $229.
Oh, thanks for the advice, Bengalitis.
And I said, I don't want an HP anymore, Sarah.
Okay. And that's everything?
Yeah.
Okay, so shall I get the... Can you get me a pair of scissors?
Yeah.
Or you can open this
I'll get a pair of scissors.
without the scissors. I think I need a pair of scissors.
Opening the plastic
What are you
container
talking about, Lot Lizard?
Opening this plastic bag will void your warranty, though. I'm just kidding.
As far as mace go, David has himself a Porsche, a Lamborghini. You compare me to all those cars? Wow. All rolled into one? Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So in the interest of gaming, I decided I'd look for a gaming controller. And I checked all around and I saw gaming controllers anywhere from $50 down to this one, which was a deal at Radio Shack. I got it for $15 plus tax. So it's a USB Rumble PC controller. And we should be able to play on the Steam network. That'll be fun.
Leroy says it's a good thing you did not get an HP.
I know.
I used to work in a small partnership repairing electronics, and HPs were always coming in for repair.
I know.
They're not
I know.
very good.
We learned the hard way about HPs. You don't like Dell, Smika? Smika doesn't like Dell. Wow. Well, 199 says next tab. You know, I almost went for a Dell. There was a Dell Ultralight for $299 online. That was perfectly capable of handling what we needed to do, but not in a big way. And I never wanted to have this fan issue be a problem. And this was the best deal for the dual fan setup, which really keeps it cool. You have to. The biggest problems with these laptops is they're overheating. A Dell is pretty. You went for a Dell? Yeah. $299, $279. You should be able to get something right now in a laptop online. It should, with 6 gigs of RAM, with Windows 7 or 8 running in it. Rolling in the Deep is good, yeah. She's a great. I just don't like her new single, but man, she is selling out across the country. One guy is selling his concert ticket for $18,000. I find her other songs boring too. It's funny you should say that. I'm talking about the Dell brand, yes, not Adele.
Oh, sorry. I was confused for a moment there.
You bought a flat fan? What's that? It's a flat... Oh, you mean like a laptop cooler? Definitely get that. If you have a smaller computer, get a laptop cooler. That'll extend the life of your laptop. So, Sarah's reading the Chinese right now. So.
Sorry, it's literally reading the
Chinese.
It is. Literally, it is in Chinese.
Yeah. Well, we don't watch porn, Lot Lizard. That's not our thing.
But thank you for that information.
Yeah. You want to just, tell me what one to watch tonight? It's like, I don't think I need to know. Did you ever make it out of the town where nothing ever happens? No. No, we're still in the town where nothing ever happens. Yeah. I used to live in a town where everyone thinks something's happening. Los Angeles. Oh, they have a setting to increase the fan speed on the MSI. Thank you for telling me, Guest 199. I didn't know that.
If your hard drive and system encounter non-recoverable problems, please use the F3 hotkey recovery from the hard drive first to perform the system recover function. Okay.
Did I ever fan of Debbie Gibson? No. I'm a big fan of Debbie Boone. Remember when she sang, "You light up my life"?
They've gone all out and making this in multiple languages.
Well, whatever language you'd like me to read it in, I'm bilingual. I'm trilingual.
Spanish, Dutch. English and Dutch are the two top.
No, I'm good with English.
Russian.
I've got English down pat. No, I am technically a virgin, in case you're wondering. I've never had unprotected sex.
4 different Asian languages.
Okay.
Arabic. Maybe 2 Arabic languages. I don't know.
If you've never had unprotected sex, it means you are technically a virgin.
Limited warranty summary?
I'm a little concerned about how many people want us to have babies. But yeah, it's almost like everyone wants us to have babies. And it's kind of like, listen, the deal is I don't want to get AIDS. And Sarah doesn't have AIDS either. But we also don't want to have children because she doesn't want to have kids. And I'm okay with that. No, my hands never touched it. I always wear protection when I touch myself. What kind of a question is this? And why are you asking me all these ridiculous questions? It's crazy. You realize you're sex fiends, all of you? You be eating beef byproducts too much and the hormones are oozing out of your pores. You poor people.
They say we encourage you to leave an unbiased review of
your
new MSI product at the online retailer that you purchased from.
Okay.
Yeah. Once a review is up, let us know by providing your contact details and a link to the review.
Love it.
As a thank you, you will be entered to win some exclusive gear from MSI, including but not limited to swag, clothing, game code, merchandise, and even some of our latest products.
Okay.
Hope to see you in the battlefield. Gaming.msi.com.
I can't wait. I am truly ready for action. Jackson.
All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
I looked at all the paperwork.
Cool tie, yeah.
Ready
thanks.
to make the next move.
We're going to charge the computer.
Yes.
Yeah, some people just don't know when to stop their nonsense.
You don't stop because you can't stop.
So we better get that song going. Apparently you can't stop talking about sex and you're all suffering from bi-curiosity.
Well, we went and bought one of those today.
What's
That's
that?
the Nike.
What? What are we buying?
Joystick kind of thing.
Oh, we bought a controller, yeah.
Controller.
The time my sister picked up
But you can't control me.
at a store that didn't want it anymore. It was sitting on the wall, she said. And she said, "Hey, that tie would be really good for my brother. And he said, oh, we're redecorating. Do you want it?
We can't stop and we won't stop.
Yeah.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Can't stop. Can't stop.
We can't stop.
Hefty
can't
AC
stop.
adapter there, yeah.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.
Hey, we got a story from Hog Slammer about sex offenders and strip clubs.
So let's be clear.
Linking males' use of the sex industry.
Vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Alright, where's the light?
Probably over there is the best bet. Right across the way. Yeah. Can't stop. I have to get my sunglasses. I'll be right back.
Oh, Harry, that's never gonna happen. You can launch that.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, harder, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop,
Yeah.
we can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David
Right on the
Sponheim.
side.
America's Third Party.
Thank you. Thank you for hating my tie. I give you NASA, the infinite universe. Thank you. You love the
Can't
Obama
stop
dance.
and we won't stop.
I'm gonna stop this right this second now. Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey Shrek, you're in. I've never been gay. What do you mean have you been gay all your life? I've never been gay, dude. Yeah, I don't know why you guys all are accusing me of being gay. I don't understand it. I was telling Sarah in the car, I was like, is there something I do that sounds gay?
And I said, no, absolutely.
I mean, I exude heterosexuality. I'm a manly man.
You are a manly man.
Yeah. I know how to please a woman, too. A lot of you guys don't.
That's plugged in.
Cool.
That's plugged in.
How long with charging time? You're on, Shrek.
It didn't say.
I don't give off gay vibes, dude. I've been around guys all my life that I never have been accused of being gay in my life by anybody. And I come online and all you guys go, oh, you're gay, dude. It's crazy. It's just ridiculous. My dad took me to the races? No. My dad wasn't a gambler.
Thank you, duct tape.
Right now you're getting a little bit dizzy. I know, because I've been through this. Traveling through space is not easy. I know. It's kind of trippy, wasn't it? I don't think you could. That's the reality, guys. All I'm saying is, all you guys think about is sex. And don't you think, guys and gals, don't you think that's a product of the environment? Don't you realize you're getting poisoned with hormones?
It doesn't have a light, like, charging.
It's exactly what's
but
happening.
I think it's good.
No light charging? You're kidding. Does it say there should be a light charging?
No, it didn't say anything.
It's kind of weird. How long do we have to charge it?
It just said plug it in when it's being used.
Plug it in. Wow, okay.
Or I don't know, just to highly suggest that.
Well, I could wear a bow tie right now if you'd like. Would you like me to go get my bow tie? No. Some other time we'll do that.
No, I'm wearing shiny puffy coats.
Well, that's why it's so ridiculous. You guys, then all of a sudden we have a discussion about discrimination. When clearly I'm being discriminated against, claiming that I'm gay and I'm not. It's crazy.
Shrek, I hope your wonderful woman knows you're saying hi to Green-Eyed Girl. Well, I'm just kidding. Hi, Shrek. Hi, Green-Eyed Girl.
So Darth Randall goes to the local barista at Starbucks, and all he can think about is plowing her. Whatever that means. Well, you need to talk to her. I'll bet you she's going. Yeah, you need to talk to her.
I know, because she knows she's awesome.
She knows she's hot, and you don't know that she knows that she's hot. So keep that secret.
Just keep telling her she knows she's hot. You
Well,
know you're
no.
hot.
I well.
You know you're
No, you
hot.
don't know. That's the wrong move.
You don't want me to tell you know you're hot?
No, with a woman who doesn't think that she's beautiful, it's good to say you're beautiful. But when a woman who thinks she's beautiful wants to be thought she's beautiful, she doesn't really get interested in you when you act like she's beautiful.
Well,
That's why you see really beautiful women.
I'm a woman, and I would say you should always tell a woman she's beautiful.
It is a good rule. No, it is a good rule. But I mean, you wouldn't see really, really short, ugly guys with beautiful blonde women if there wasn't something to what I'm saying.
If they didn't tell the women that they were beautiful.
Maybe that's what they're doing. They're all going,
Well, because all the guys that think they're beautiful are too afraid to tell them that they're beautiful.
you're right. You know, I think she's right.
Hello, I'm a woman.
I know, and I'm not.
If you want to know how to get with a woman, ask a woman.
Okay, so you got to tell her she's beautiful. That's essential.
You gotta tell every woman they're beautiful.
David, I go to third party and I can't stop thinking about voting for you. Thanks, Eric. That's very nice. We got a call from Eric. He wants to eliminate pregnancies for women. It's a noble gesture, Eric, but I don't know if it's the right move. A lot of women actually don't want to get pregnant either, but you want to make it illegal to get pregnant.
And even if you think they have an ego, you can tell them, like, I love how beautiful you are and how modest you are about your beauty. And then maybe they will become modest about it. Maybe not.
I look like a tie. Yeah. Well, maybe you should buy one of our online ties. Yeah. I'm thinking of coming out with these. They'll have the emblem on them. It'll have my...
I know, Eric. I
Right
told
there.
David that today. I said, no, that was the person. Remember, Eric, when there was a guy that called in after you? I said, that was the person? Anyway.
We thought you were the Nazi, but Eric, you're not. You actually got a call from the Nazi after, claiming that you're impersonating him. Because he didn't
Junker?
he didn't think anyone
What's a
could be
junker?
any weirder than he is. And the Nazi called up because he couldn't believe anybody could be any weirder than he is. And he thinks you're stealing his act. That's basically what he thinks. All right. It's awesome, man. And, you know, to think that she got it for free, it's amazing. My sister asked the guy, hey, are you going to, because she saw him taking it off the wall, she said, how much is that tie? And he said, here, you can have it. Take it. Isn't that nice? How many people do that?
I know. Adenosine triphosphate, the energy creating everything.
Adenosine. Yeah, I pronounce it adenosine, but that's okay.
Well, I always pronounce it adenosine triphosphate. Ever since I was in biology class, and then when I think my biology teachers said that too.
Adenosine? Okay.
Adenosine triphosphate.
The purple is flattering, thank you. Well, let me ask you, do you believe that the purple is indicative of something? I mean, I don't want to send the message that I'm gay, or because I'm not. I have to say that every time.
I think the ladies are like, man, it must take a guy who is very self-assured to wear a purple tie.
Yeah.
And so
It
he
does.
must be, not only is he not gay, he must be like totally self-assured with his sexuality.
Dave, will you address the growing concern about synthetics in our society? Well, yeah. I was talking to Sarah about all the synthetics they have in the sky.
Are you talking about adrenaline? Lidizzy?
Yeah, what are you talking about exactly? Synthetic? Are you talking about steroids? Are you talking about the charge in our atmosphere? Green-Eyed says, I look classy. That's nice. Thank you. Purple is the royal color of the House of Saxe-Coburg and the Gotha. So you're saying I'm kissing up to the Queen by wearing purple? Really? Okay. Synthetic humans. Oh, I'm concerned about biometrics and transhumanism. You're referring to transhumanism. Well, one part of me says we do need soldiers that can fight wars in the event we're ever attacked, that it can be robotized. But I'm not in favor of turning humans into robots. I don't want to bridge humans into the transhumanist robotic android fusion plan that currently is going underway.
That's interesting.
I am not a Muslim sympathizer, no. In fact, I'm going to put together a task force of highly trained military operatives, not just flunky ATF guys, to go into some of those encampments, jihadist encampments we have in America, and we know what's going on there. And we need to break those people up. We cannot allow them to stockpile weapons. Now, I don't mind every one person having a weapon in an encampment situation, but we're going to have to set some limits here. Seriously. Because the last thing we need are people that are seeking to kill off infidels and planning on a religious coup in a nation as secure as ours. We don't need that lack of security.
Hello, Peter. And we're never releasing any of our tapes.
There is one tape that we made, but it's not a sex tape. It's actually a love tape. It's a romance tape. Sarah and I were very romantic the first year we were very romantic. We took a little bit of videotaping of our time at the beach talking to each other when we first met. And that tape we will never release until it'll go in our archives.
Demise.
Until Sarah's demise, she said. She doesn't want it released. But it's a very simple tape. It's not any revealing tape of any kind. I don't.
With all of my hair, we'll be going to Locks of Love at that time.
Yeah. Well, look, I am not a person who wants to abandon Iraq. I would like to resolve the problems in Iraq, and I have had a plan all along. You need this? What do you need?
No.
I've had a plan all along to actually deal with the Iraqi situation. A weapons-free safe zone concept that could very well be deployed in and around cities like Basra, Mosul, and Baghdad. And the weapons-free safe zone concept is brand new. Nobody's talked about it except me. And what I'm proposing is something over there, not here in America, but strictly there. And we'd have to get the agreement of the government of Iraq to do this. But it's a fairly simple plan, really. It's building a large perimeter fencing around a 20-mile radius that could protect the people of Iraq and give them safety if they want. Voluntary safe zones that they go into, that they can deal with any tragedy by avoiding it. So.
And you don't want to mute them.
I will in a second, yeah. Sarah is so amazing. You are a lucky man, Dave. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, guest chatter.
Thank you, David. I'm a lucky man.
Are you saying Donald has just started talking about a weapons-free safe zone? Are you serious? Are you serious, guest 228? Don't even go there. Are you serious? Are you making that up? So Donald Trump is talking about my ideas publicly like this? This is unbelievable. Yesterday he's starting to talk about weapons-free safe zones. Oh my God, he's stealing everything we've got. This is amazing, folks. Donald Trump is proving to be almost a caricature of some sort of a thief who's stealing ideas directly from our site.
That is so funny.
Well, it's good we pulled our site in time because he probably copied it.
I'm sure he did.
God, I just can't believe this. I mean, this is bizarre.
He probably copied it and then, yeah.
It's bizarre because I've been pushing these ideas for the past 7 years. Oh man, I'm not. He's stealing them all over the place.
Well, you have proof on YouTube.
Isn't that interesting? The way that no oil pipeline into Israel has ever been attacked by ISIS. It makes you wonder: is ISIS the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service? Because that's what it stands for. It's another word for the Mossad. I'm just not sure why they wouldn't. It's extremely obvious that they're not purposely going after their pipeline. So apparently they are somehow complicit in this. We can take calls from guests. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
The phone. I think I left the phone in the other room, though.
Oh, right. Okay, here is Iraq, and we'll describe exactly what I'm proposing here. Now, not only do I have in mind weapons-free safe zones in and around key areas that are populated regions, but I'm also looking at the possibility of a rail line directly up through the country of Iraq, and we can get the Army Corps of Engineers to work with us on this. Yep. And the plan essentially is this, and I'll draw you a picture, as it makes it a little easier for me to do that. Yeah, he stole all my ideas. Every idea that we come up with, he's like grabbing them and talking about them as if they're his own. And I've had these for 8 years now. But anyway, this is the rail line will run directly up through here. That's a very short route. You'll notice that this region right here is an interdiction area that would be an ideal zone under Baghdad. There's not a lot of the yellow and green lines there, so we could have good containment of the population without infiltrating or being infiltrated by existing Sunni and Shiite forces acting as ISIL or ISIS forces. And then we'll also have another staging area down here, possibly to the side here in the wetlands. But that would be a staging area, another weapons-free safe zone. And these would be protected. We would have biometric analysis, spectroscopic analysis of anybody coming within 300 feet of an entrance. We would see explosives. We'd see somebody who's strapped on with plastic explosives in advance, and they would be shot from a distance. If we truly knew for a fact, they'd be told to stop. Well, you can interview me right now. The phones are available. 707, your ATP. I'm your available candidate. Always on, always talking. But this is just one example of how we're going to do it. And the rail line could be protected by fences that are parallel to it. And we could even introduce, and this would be a perfect spot for an ocean pipeline. So we could imagine an ocean pipeline protecting the people there with fresh water.
Well, all along that all those rivers are the Tigris and Euphrates. They're all right there.
They are right there, but we could also run a small freshwater pipeline next to the rail line just to bring in fresh water and make it all
Well, they
work.
have fresh water. They have the Tigris and the Euphrates.
I know, but they're not always guaranteed. You know, it's not like a guaranteed thing. But hey, whatever. I'm not going to discuss, the nitty gritty until it actually reaches fruition.
Some of the oldest rivers in written history.
Yeah, the Tigris and Euphrates are. But they're always not full. You know, they don't always have predictable amounts of water in them. So the nice thing about ocean pipelines is you can desalinate as you go. And you don't have to waste your time with the vicissitudes of climactic change. All right, here we go. Okay, we got Hog Slammer on the phone. Hey, Hog Slammer.
Hey.
Yeah, we'll need the other.
Can you go over again the weapon-free zones? Where is that exactly, and why do we need to be there?
Right. Well, we are still there. We sent 1,500 people back into Iraq, so we've got a presence there.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a presence in Iraq already, and I would love to say that Iraq is perfectly fine, but we still see IEDs exploding. We still see the dangers of the sectarian violence going on. And this would be a way to protect the growing area where people grow food. So weapons-free safe zone is designed to cause less casualties and to protect the populated region. That's basically it.
So the drones, you're going to run the drones along the fence like our border, and they'll probably be more beefier spotting IUDs or whatever, too, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We have to clear the area. It'll take a little while. I anticipate about a 6-month period for us to build a fence, but the idea is to create an area that would be a floating fence.
Build a Walmart in 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can build that.
Well, we could build a Walmart in 2 days, but yeah, I don't. It's not my goal to force us into getting involved with Iraq. I would rather pull out of the region. Frankly, we've got our own problems here. I'd like to get our troops home. I don't want to add troops to the Middle East, and I certainly don't want to create another ground war there. But we do need to solve the problems with the populated area. Now, there's no question that these people may not want any help at all, and in that case, then we would just pull out. We wouldn't be
Syrian refugees. Oh.
No, these aren't Syria. This isn't Syria. We're talking about Iraq right now. I don't really plan on building any weapons-free safe zones in Syria. I don't want to get involved with Syria. I would rather call Vladimir Putin on the phone and say, hey, we're pulling out. I want you to know that this was a terrible mistake, and I express apology to you and everyone involved in your foreign policy, because we do not want to invade Syria. It turned out that the people that are pushing us, like the World Bank and the IMF, are pushing us. We don't need to be there. My ideas have been out there full force for some time, and the very fact that I have preceded him by 7 years, and he's borrowing my ideas, shows you how inept he is. The fact that he can't come up with these ideas on his own.
How are we going to make this money back? I mean, like right now, how are we just like stealing their stuff for us helping them or whatever?
Well, you know,
I mean, are we taking their oil? What do they got?
Yeah, that's the thing. They got a lot of oil, Hog Slammer, and we can actually modernize their oil wells. But Halliburton failed. We gave them $40 million to build a pipeline in 2001, and they failed. We know that
toilet sound.
ExxonMobil just pulled out about a year ago. They pulled out. They won't work on the Baghdad oil fields. So we have a big problem, and they've got way more oil than they know what to do with, and they're not making enough money on it. So this pipeline will provide a long-term, stable supply of oil in the event there's any fluctuations with the oil from the Gulf states that currently trade with us. Now that Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and United Arab Emirates are under attack from Iran, our position is even more important. To stabilize, and our work with Iraq should be positive, not negative. When Barack Obama said he was funding ISIL forces, they're the direct enemy of the Iraqi government, yet he openly said he was sending in forces, ISIL forces, and he's supporting ISIL forces. This guy's foreign policy is working against an ally that we established in Iraq. So our foreign policy is very mixed up right now. We need to clarify where Iraq stands, and then move forward with a plan to actually provide safety and security for the populated people, the area in that.
Well, Dave,
go ahead.
I understand. My stance on listening to the media, though, is a grain of salt, because everybody, including our enemies, has internet, has the news, has hackers. They know what we're going to do next. So if we tell them what we're going to do, they're going to prepare. So we can't tell them the truth. We can only guess that hopefully we're getting at least a 60% truth to what is really going on down there. Why are we doing stupid things? Surely there is some underlying thing of some grand scheme to come out on top of America, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, let's just watch how this develops. But as far as in, you know, seeing the real results, talking to real Syrians about into ATP, which they call up and tell us what's going on, what kind of help do they need, you know? And see what's going on. But that's an awesome plan you got there. I just didn't really know what it was all about.
No, that's okay.
I don't watch TV.
Oh, okay.
I come here to get my news.
Good. Well, I don't have the ability to share this idea beyond here. And this idea, other than in blogs, I've blogged about it in military blog chat rooms. I've talked a little bit about that on top military chat lines. But most of these ideas are received with real suspicion by military personnel. They believe that boots on the ground are the only way we can finally secure Iraq, and that's just a failed policy. Boots on the ground won't win wars anymore. The hearts and minds of the people are very flexible. Whoever has money and food wins their allegiance. So it doesn't really matter.
Well, I appreciate you taking my call, Dave.
Sure.
And I'll get off here and let you move on and continue. I'm going to turn you back up.
Thank you, Hot Slammer. Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, but that's a credible question he's asking. And, you know, we've got a person in here who spent time in Iraq, disabled Iraq vet. He said the problem won't work. Our solution won't work. He said he saw his friend burned to death in a Humvee. Iraq is a lost cause, will just cost us more. Yeah, David isn't the person that will pay the price for his ideas. My brothers will. I hear you, man. I hear you. Well, I don't plan on actually implementing the weapons-free safe zone idea unless I get collateral support from the Iraqi army. I won't actually deploy this with your help, okay? It's going to be built by the Iraqis. Only supervisorial function from our Civil Corps of Engineers. We won't in any way put the boots on the ground to do that. We're not going to put you in harm's way anymore. The work and effort you guys did to fight for positions like Fallujah are not going to be in vain, though. And that's the one point I'm making. I don't want to turn the 6,000 men and women, mostly men, who died in Iraq and Afghanistan into a waste. And we've got a president that's basically doing just that. We don't take calls from you anymore, Glenn. You know that. Yeah, I thought I made myself clear when I was being recorded on your broadcast illegally by you without you telling me I was being recorded. I told you I would never have another call from you. And I don't change my position. When you violate my trust, it's over, man. So, you quit casting, really? You know, I agree that in the end they will destroy oil production, destroy any hope for an alliance. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I would like to see a solution in the region, but if we're getting good oil solutions right now, we're not going to actually need to invest our troops. We're not going to be able to. You can't take no for an answer, huh, Glenn? Wow. Okay, Glenn can't take no for an answer. Anyway, moving on, the deal is if we just sit back and watch the evolution of the two-party system move forward, what's going to happen is they're going to start a war in Syria. They're going to send young men off to die. I want to disengage from Syria. I want to pull our troops and advisories out of the Ukraine, and I want to make an agreement with Vladimir Putin that we're not going to pursue those two countries. And in deference to all the terrible things that have been said about him, calling him a jackass, our president called him a jackass, I'm going to openly apologize to Putin for the mistakes of having Obama as a president. I'm not going to apologize for Obama. The mistake is our country basically didn't know what they were doing. They voted for a guy who reads off a teleprompter. We have a war in process, but believe me, it can be mitigated and neutralized rather quickly. Now, the Afghanistan war is more about unfortunately, it's more about protecting the opium warlords and the CIA prophets. So the reason why Obama extended the presidency in Afghanistan to 2024 is because the CIA wants him to do that. They want to keep making money on Afghanistan and the opium warlords. We had a call 2 weeks ago from Dubster, who was in Fallujah. He was actually in Afghanistan as well, and he said that he was actually harvesting opium as a government employee for the U.S. Marines. And none of the guys that come back are allowed to talk about it, by the way. He's really taking a chance talking about it.
Yeah, that's very disheartening.
Well, you found a site that can be on the front page featured with tons of viewers? Wow. Well, Hogslammer, you ought to tell us what that site is. Yeah, it's privately, of course.
This one.
Okay, great.
But you just have to go into that one.
Oh, okay. Is that how we do it?
You have to cast, yeah.
Oh, we can go conflict with them. Yeah, I can go one-on-one with anybody. Yes, I'm against NDAA. Absolutely. The National Defense Authorization Act was a complete violation of Posse Comitatus in 2012 and in 2014. Our country's been up to some nasty stuff, so I'm basically walking into a snake pit as president of the United States. And I think the only reason why Donald Trump is not concerned is because he's a snake. That's the real difference between him and I. I'm more of a mongoose. I eat snakes for dinner. So bear in mind, I am not a snake. I am not a slippery, sneaky, corporate, greedy guy. I'm the real guy who really wants to help the country with great ideas that he's now borrowing. So, all right. Yeah, we won't be taking any calls from you, Glenn, so please don't call. Thanks. Well, this is the deal. Dube wasn't pulling the plants. He was transporting them. He said he was harvesting. Maybe he was pulling plants. I don't know. Please, I hope this isn't Glenn. It's Glenn. What's the problem? Why do you think you need to talk to me on the phone, Glenn? After you were told time and time again you'll never have another call with me. Let's move on. Hey, I am technically a VIP on here. I did not. It was gifted to me. I didn't do it. Okay, Obama says he won't campaign for any Democrat who doesn't back gun reform. This was a big, huge move recently. Yeah, we'd have to go into our Google template to knock that off. If you'd like to articulate your question, Glenn, in the chat room, go ahead and try that, like everybody else. Obama said on Thursday he will not campaign for Democrats who don't back gun reform. You know, I cannot stand gun reform because every single Holocaust has been preceded by gun control. It's not appropriate. Tell you what I will do is I'll leave the phone on so he can just go away. Yeah.
Will we take the phone number?
Yeah, we probably will have to do that. We'll have to put him on a block list just to keep, so we can open up the phone for other people. Okay. Well, Larry,
I don't know.
he doesn't really want anything. He's trying to ride on my coattails, man, and I'm tired of it. You feel really blah tonight? You have a head cold? Really? Is that better than... Well, it's better than not having any feeling at all, I guess. Mexicans have helicopters to get over your fence. Response: yes, I do. I'm gonna offer a definite solution.
I'm gonna accept
Accept
it
and talk to
tell
him. Yeah.
and tell him we're not taking your call on air.
Yeah.
Just so you know the message, we're not taking your call on air.
Well, if they don't want to use their helicopter,
Okay? All right. Thank you. Goodbye.
we'll give them an alternative, and that is the brand new fence rider. A brand new fence rider. This will be available for any of the drug lords that want to get over the fence that Donald Trump wants to build. It will not help them get over my lethal electric fence with laser sentinels that'll take out any helicopter in the sky. So yeah, this is a Donald Trump lift that will get any drug lord into the United States. Well, then do a show. Yeah. He always talks about the truck and ramp. See, I told you, he's already worked out the details. He wants to give his drug lord friends truck and ramp so they can come over and rape, murder, and drug deal. They won't be able to get over our lethal electric with that. It'll electrify the trunk ramp and they'll fry like crispy critters. I'm tuned in, man. I think both of those things are important. Jeeps suck. Yeah, we saw a Jeep roll over today. We're driving down the road. We saw a Jeep completely flip. It was weird. 2 state patrol officers were in front of it. Hopefully nobody got hurt seriously, but those things, when the tires pop in the front, their weight configuration is such that they immediately trip. They start tumbling, especially if the brakes are on. Well, I'm the smartest person I've ever heard, too. It's true. Oh, thank you. Guest 274 says, I'm the first-time viewer here. I just want to say you have my vote. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Well, we want to put a different face on American politics, and what we've seen so far are sleazy, corporate, greedy people that don't really exhibit the signs of what Americans are made of. You know, when Barack Obama apologized for us all around the world and never apologized himself for anything he ever did, I thought that was the worst egomaniac we could ever see running for politics. We've got a guy named Donald Trump now who is now saying that he's going to make America great again. And I don't think America isn't great. And I'm a little pissed off that he's running around saying we're not great. Because frankly, the entire global economy is stressed out because of credit expansion and the contraction that's going on. I think our country's doing pretty damn well. And if a person who took 4 bankruptcies and borrowed money from the Federal Reserve has to call us not great, then he doesn't know the true greatness this country's made of and how tough you guys are hanging in there in this tough economy. I'm not reading it all. I'm telling you this is exactly how I feel. I'm talking about how our country's corrupt and manipulated by Wall Street executives like him. He's the problem. It's not Muslims that are quietly praying in their homes or in their mosques. It's him. Wall Street executives collecting corporate welfare. Thank you. Well, thank you. You like Ralph Nader? Sarah liked Ralph Nader. I liked Ralph Nader, but we didn't vote for Ralph Nader. I left the two-party system in 2007 when I was literally kicked out of a committee meeting, our club meeting here in our local area, a Democratic club meeting. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They were talking about how they were going to use words to frame their policies. And it was so bizarre. It was Orwellian. And then I started talking. She said, "Shut up." And I had everybody engaged in a conversation. You heard me. Mm-hmm. And I was talking about capital punishment, and the woman just said, "Shut up." I said, "Excuse me, this is a democracy." "No, shut up." Like, wow. I couldn't believe it. I was out of there. And then I got up, and then some woman screamed at me. She said, "No one's ever going to vote for you." And that was all it took to get the motivation to build this political party right here, right now, 7 years later. How can I listen to a person who borrows all my ideas? Seriously. He's a rich money moron. That's right. Why would I want to tune into somebody telling me what my ideas are? And I've had these ideas for 7 years, and now he's borrowing them. I don't need to research my competition. It's all about money with him. You need to realize what's important. People with money or people with ideas? Now, if you want people with money, then by all means vote for all the one percenters out there. Obama's a one percenter. Vote for Hillary. Vote for anybody with money. Because their money is borrowed, just like the entire credit card economy that we are currently seeing implode. You know, a wild animal is killed every day simply by breathing the air we have floating over our heads. Believe it or not, there are animals now behaving strangely because of all this weird stuff in the atmosphere. I saw a buck deer run in front of my car, made the worst move I've ever seen of deer make last 2 months ago. Literally. I'm driving along going 50 miles an hour, and I'm looking at the other lane, 50 miles an hour. I see this buck deer just jump out in front of both cars and cross the road. It could have killed either one of us. Both drivers could have hit this deer. Deers aren't making credible decisions. We've got pollution problems that are out of this world, so don't talk to me about the dangers of a lethal electric fence with plenty of pre-fencing around it to prevent animals from getting close to it. A lot of you liberals, all you do is sit around thinking of ways to stop solutions. We sent in a solution for the aqueduct, the viaduct here in Seattle. We mailed in a 4-page treatment on how to solve the viaduct problem. It was sent right back saying it'll never work by the Democrat-led staff. So then we sent in another idea to create a monorail. They sent that back saying it would never work. They come up with all these ridiculous statements. We wanted to take the viaduct, break it apart, and expand the wharf around Seattle, opening up office structures and creating new real estate, view property and parks for people. Because you can put concrete in the middle of the ocean. It doesn't hurt. You can break up the concrete, put it out there, and make a jetty. Oh, the letter said, the environment is too fragile. We could never allow that. Well, they do this in Arcata and Eureka, California. They take concrete and put it out there and build beautiful jetties. But they wouldn't go with our idea. We've been trying to help for the past 8 to 10 years. Sarah and I have been writing letters to the FDIC. We've been writing letters to various agencies. We planned a solution for mobile medical units. We even pitched venture capitalists on it, and no one would get behind the idea. So we realized we had to create a political party to do this. There's no other way. The lethal electric idea is Sarah's idea. She wants to do the lethal electric idea. I'm standing behind her on this, and I think, it's totally doable. And it definitely sends a message to our deportees that they cannot come back in. It won't be easy to slip through the border. And then, at the same time we do that, we offer our fast-track naturalization plan, which will actually provide people a chance to become a U.S. citizen in their home country at the U.S. Embassy. But it'll cost a fee. There will be a sizable fee, but there won't be the requirements right now to become a U.S. citizen. So we don't want people gathering at the border to flood the country. We don't want to do like Obama's done and send the message to all these illegals to come on in. We're different that way. I am pro-open carry, yeah, I am. I believe that we'd also like to see a standardization, like the Thune Amendment, talking about a person with a concealed weapon should be able to carry a concealed weapon in every state. I just met a guy who has 38 concealed weapons permits in 38 separate states. So whenever he wants to travel somewhere,
Really?
yeah,
I didn't know that.
whenever he wants to travel somewhere, he's concealed weapons permit friendly in every state he travels in. Isn't that amazing? So he's actually gone out and bought permits in every state that he travels in. No, it's true. You know, I don't see how this is tired and played out. I am a cutting edge candidate who delivers a nightly broadcast in a virtual way. No other presidential candidate even gets close to this. So don't tell me this is worn out and dried out. Just because I'm reaching 7,000 hours of broadcasting doesn't mean I won't have another 7,000 left in the bag. Believe me, we'll have a daily chat show in the White House, 1 hour with the American people to keep you up to speed as what's happening. Thank you. No, the message is still very, very relevant. It was relevant 7 years ago and it's relevant today. And Trump basically is a corporate pig, so he wouldn't care about anything anyone else said unless he was stealing my ideas. All right? Then he cares. He cares enough to steal my ideas, and every single one he's stolen. I'm talking about concealed carry weapon permits. Yeah. The Thune Amendment, look it up. Well, basically, I read 6,000 words a minute, so that's how I do it. So we're opening up and we're getting a regional. I'm going to let you take your time with that. I can't listen to a liar and a person who steals my ideas. I'm sorry. He is pure evil. And I'm not going to stand back watching a Trump-like character, a Hitlerian-type character, run around, borrowing my ideas and then making up his own, violating Muslims' rights, free speech, and freedom of religion. It doesn't take a lot to realize this guy is sounding just like Hitler. There's a big difference between us and him. Trust me on that. He won't talk about me. He won't mention me because I am his worst nightmare. You give me 1 second in the mainstream media and I will begin to disassemble his ability to talk. A person who uses his mouth in public to rip into his candidates, and then when people like Kasich attack him back, he threatens to sue him. Now, Senator Ted Cruz, it just became pretty obvious that he was born in Canada. He wants to be our president. Technically, if you're born in Canada, I don't care if your mother was a U.S. citizen or not, you're not a natural-born presidential candidate. You're not a natural-born citizen. Nope. It's not because I'm a nobody. It's because he doesn't want to give me 1 second of mainstream media attention. But believe me, everything that I have said online in the past 7 years has been ignored completely by the mainstream media. Not 1 second of time. They are purposely avoiding talking about me. And it's up to you if you really want to change that. The more you tell people about me, the more likely I'm going to be some sort of a phenomenon in this election. If not, we're basically forced to, sit there and listen to all of you idiots come up with nonsense, because you'll never come up with the ideas I can come up with to save this nation. It takes a person with this level of intelligence to solve the problems our nation's facing right now. I would like to see Arnold in a position, possibly as Secretary of Defense. Can you imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger? Yeah, I'm here. I'm going to lead foreign policy. I mean, he would be the ultimate Secretary of Defense. And if he didn't want to do it, we'd go to Sylvester Stallone. I like him too. Yeah. Oh boy, I'll tell you something. If you continue coming in here and demoralizing us, get the hell out of this room. All right? I am a tested genius with 185 IQ. To call me a borderline retard is calling the sky hell. I would love to participate in an online radio show, but no one wants to have me online to talk. Yes, Trump is a sideshow puppet. He's driving a lot of votes to Hillary simply by opening his mouth. Okay. Well, we have a Facebook link. What is our link? How about at third party?
Facebook.com/USATP is one of them. Facebook.com/third party is mine. Facebook.com/America's Third Party is David's.
Okay. We've got them all. So, well, that was a great dinner tonight, wasn't it? I'm still digesting it. It's so good. I had my last salmon dinner before the end. This is the end, my only friend, the end. Well, for one, I'm not a greedy capitalist pig who brags about how greedy he is. I'm a non-materialistic person who doesn't have any personal gain endeavored here. This isn't about personal gain. This is about solving America's problems. I'm not a news performer, no. In fact, I got out of the news business completely. There's no fibber lines on my forehead. These are called wrinkle lines from being completely pissed off by what people say. Make the seawater pipeline great again. Well, I would love to be, show you the IQ test that I have, but I'm still waiting to get a program where I can turn it into an online IQ test for you. So you can test your own IQ with the test that I was tested on. That would be kind of cool, don't you think? This is not an online, no way this is not an online IQ test.
Or go more toward a blue.
I don't like that purple. It has to be blue. Yeah, that's cool.
That's good?
Yeah.
Or would you like you?
That's cool. I like that. No, what do you like? Lighter? Lighter might take it. No, lighter is better. Over.
Lighter takes up more energy, doesn't it?
I don't care. That's better. I don't know. The other one is too purple.
All right, and we'll just call it that.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Eric, for having brought your IQ to the table. I don't think Donald Trump's ever been tested, you know. It's clear proof Donald is actually Hitler. Yeah. I know. I don't trust online IQ tests. And I made a promise to myself I would not take any more tests again after my SAT test. I was extremely pissed off at the testing plan that, no, I don't want to join Mensa. It's too costly. They want to charge per month or per year or something. If you haven't detected that I have a high IQ by now from all the things I've told you, then either you're unable to hear me or you don't really have the ability to perceive what I'm saying is intelligent. Maybe you've never actually met intelligent people. I was asking Sarah this. I said, Sarah, how can people possibly not understand my intelligence when I've got all these great ideas to help the country and no one else came up with these? Yeah. It's just difficult for me to comprehend what's wrong with you. But I think what's going on is you're secretly embarrassed that you don't understand what I'm talking about.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
And
Yes. Higher than Einstein. Look, do you realize how large my head is? I don't think people realize how intelligent I am.
Look how
based
small
on
my head is.
Yeah, see how big my head is. I mean, my head alone is larger.
How small my head is?
Let me compare my face to Barack Obama's face. This is going to be a shocker. Okay, I've checked this for anatomical measurements, and I've done some revisions of my face to determine, exactly where I'm coming from. And I've got the mechanism outlined pretty closely as to, what's happening. I'm glad that I can actually show you the inner workings of my mind up close and personal. And I thank Beekman for giving us that view of the inside of David's brain. Here's a candid picture of Barack Obama smoking a doobie at Occidental with one of his gay friends. And I think it's kind of interesting to see the comparison of our two bodies. Now, Barack Obama's, his head is, if he were to sit next to me right now, because I'm 6'4", and he's obviously 6'1". His head, God, does he look stoned there or what? God, look at this guy. You're scared to admit you're scared? Well, lied easy. I'm going to purge that because I'm telling you that Obama is gay. It's more than obvious in many ways with the fact that he's been involved with various people in his life that are now dead, even though we can't really identify exactly who he had sex with. We know from the telltale signs of his behavior that clearly he was intimate with Jay Carney. Kiss, kiss. But exactly what gayness is in the White House, I don't know. But I can tell you that here are 3 pictures of Barack Obama's known boyfriends at the Down Low Club at the Trinity United Church of Chicago. And all of these men were killed in 2007. One was killed execution style. 2 were killed execution style by unnamed gunmen. And one had his cords clipped in the hospital when he was dying of AIDS. Can you name which one is which? Well, let's be clear. So clearly my head is larger than this gay president we have.
Did you want to look at these settings? Or you want to go through this? Customize your settings?
No, I don't.
You want me to?
You don't want
You
it?
just want me to make it safe?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do the best thing.
Yeah, go for it.
Super safe.
No, I told you Mesa charges $75 a year. I'm not going to do that.
I mean, I normally would say yes, but I'm going to say no for this one.
Oh, yes and no. We don't want the other nobody connecting to that. Yeah.
It's just this one to find. Do you want this to talk to that? That's what.
No. If we need to move anything, we'll move it on a thumb drive. I want more security, as much security as possible. Okay, so this guy, Donald Young, the one closest to me, has a mother. Donald Young died, by the way. His mother published this article. Well, she was quoted by saying her mom fears son was slain to protect secrets of pal who became president. And no one ever was able to interview her after that. Somebody got to her. She was a bookkeeper at the Chicago PD. And somebody said, hey, you got to get out of here. So we never heard from her again. She disappeared. But this telltale evidence that she knew about Obama's sexual relationship with Donald Young, who was openly gay, as was Larry Bland and Nate Spencer. And all of them were dead in 2007. So you tell me that isn't some sort of a telltale sign or trace. No, that's all true. Everything I said is true. Yep. Dude, I am not gay, and you guys who are obviously bi-curious keep saying that. And it's really sad, and it's pissing me off that every single time I come in the show, all you do is talk about gayness. It's weird. I've been in a monogamous relationship with Sarah for the past 17 years. You're going to be purged if you continue, attacking my heterosexuality. That's right. But Obama, he's fair game. I mean, he's clearly gay. No, not at all. Look, I don't have any history of homosexuality. I never went to the Down Low Club and had threesomes with my sexual buddies like Obama did. I mean, seriously, do you have any idea how deceptive this president is and how he's basically played you? He and his handlers. And here you are, 7 years later, with your whole country going down the toilet, and you're still talking about other people being gay when you don't even have the gaydar to see an openly gay homosexual married to a transgender. It's amazing. It absolutely blows my mind that you're that stupid. People don't necessarily go into college. By the way, I didn't drop out. I left in good standing. I was an honor student. Thank you. But people don't realize how important it is to establish an understanding of where your president or your presidential candidate's coming from ahead of time. You are totally blown away by his lies about his fake relationship with this transgender named Michelle.
Do you want to sit here and check these?
Okay.
So, that's pretty cool.
Wow, that is wild.
I just changed a few things, but I thought you might want to change even more.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's why.
Look, I don't need to verify everything is in my CUME folder. I'll merely have a subpoena directed to my local high school that I went to. And
Let's talk about our foreign policies.
yeah, I mean, really, this discussion
I
about
personally
gayness and
think with
intellectuals.
Our foreign policies, I personally think that what we need to do is we need to focus on actual. We need to focus on help, on human rights and helping people rather than focusing on wars and sending. We only need to send humanitarian aid overseas rather than sending weapons overseas. That's what I would like to do. How do you feel about that, Dizzy? Thank you, UK 0121. Well, that does take into an account 6026. In fact, the first IQ test was actually given as a measurement of how well students would do in a certain grade level in order to detect students that might need some extra help. That's why they were originally given out. I can teach everything. No, I did actually no, I don't know everything. I'm still learning, and
You're a K through 8 teacher, so
that's
you can
the
teach.
that's the sign of a great teacher, is always learning. So with our border policies, I'm glad that you asked our border policies. David is strong on immigration. I did, and David is always saying it's Sarah's idea to have a lethal electric fence along the southern border.
Yeah, it is.
We don't necessarily need one along the northern border, and the reason that is that the policies implemented in the past, specifically they wanted a monitoring, a virtual fence is what they called it. And the virtual fence works well along the northern border. It doesn't work well along the southern border. And that's that's because basically cameras don't overheat and melt in the northern climates. So the cameras themselves, that's a preventative measure, and they don't work well in the southern areas. Then, one, I would like a lethal electric fence along our southern borders. 2, I would like to have the Border Patrol agents have all a device inside their badges, and they only have to wear their badges when they're at work. They can actually leave them in a locker room so they don't have to take them home if they don't want to. But that device would actually be able to send a signal to the helicopters, because currently what happens, and I know it's my information came from watching Border Wars, but basically the helicopters, when they're monitoring immigrants that are coming into our country illegally, they're trying to tell the agents, the Border Patrol agents on the ground, how to intercept the people, and they only see warm bodies on the ground, and they can't tell which of those warm bodies are agents and which of them are immigrants, because it's dark out, and so they lose their perspective. And so if there was a way to send a signal to the helicopters that said, hey, Agent Smith's right here, then they could say, Agent Smith, I need you to go forward 100 meters, turn right 3 meters, and you will intercept the illegal immigrants coming into my country.
Okay, apparently a lot of you don't realize you voted for a homosexual married to a transgender. So I'm going to take over the show. I'm going to talk about only that.
All right.
And I'm going to focus more on the fact that your gaydar, folks, is so screwed up that you have no idea how deep in doo-doo you are right now. Yeah. Any questions about Obama's homosexuality? Feel free to ask. I'd be glad to touch on that subject, because in a way it's the reason why we are now close to a war with Syria, Ukraine, and obviously we're at war in Afghanistan and Iraq. No, it's not a wacky conspiracy theory. It's the only thing you need to know about the Muslim homosexual president you have married to a transgender. No. Look at Joan Rivers didn't die for nothing. Seriously. You're saying this woman who made every effort to expose the truth and died a month and a half later, didn't mean anything to anybody, and her whole life is meaningless to you? You don't even care about the truth? You can't handle the truth. That's the fact, Jack. Now, when she made this statement, listen to her. I'm not making this up. I did buy a lottery ticket.
Miss Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news for officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't choke.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
We already
president?
have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay. She doesn't.
Well, apparently it did matter, and we even said at the time when we were watching the show that she's going to live about a month and a half. We must have known that she was going to die because Sarah and I are a little psychic, so we knew that this woman was revealing something so very secret that her life was in danger. And sure enough, a month and a half later, she was killed on the operating table at the Yorkville Clinic, endoscopy clinic. Now, Melissa Rivers, her daughter, is suing the clinic. And what's so shocking right now is they didn't even do an autopsy on her mother. That's how big of a cover-up this is. Well, if Joan said it, she must have known something. Lideezy, I'm trying to get to the bottom of your incredible bad gaydar. I got people in here every night accusing me of being gay when I'm the most heterosexual guy walking the face of the earth. And you don't even know your own president is a flamer married to a tranny. Now, I don't have to stand here and justify any type of an accusation that I'm lying about anything, because frankly, all the evidence will be made available to you when I get a subpoena for my cum folder at my local high school. Now, it's a fact that I graduated top of my class, 4.0, top 98 percentile in the SATs, and I can assure you, when I skipped 7th grade, I probably shouldn't have skipped 7th grade, because when I got into college at the age of 15, I felt totally out of place. When I started full-time in college at 17, I was kind of a fish out of water. I didn't know what to do. I had not really developed a lot of my social skills. So the first year in college was kind of a party time. Well, like many people, they need to go on to their second year and third year, right? Well, I couldn't afford to go to college because I'm white, because I'm a victim of affirmative action. I was turned down for scholarships. I was turned down by 4 major universities. I am a classic victim of affirmative action. I'm not delusional at all. I'm simply trying to save the nation. I'm an average American with great ideas. So if you can't come up with that reality, you need to realize that your gaydar is indicative of something even worse. It evokes a gross lack of comprehension and perception. And many of you, I'm saying that one of the Jones doctors most likely was being manipulated. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't intentional, unless, of course, somebody had threatened his family. You don't know. I mean, this could go deep. No, I'm not in any way bisexual. And what really destroys the entire integrity of our show, and I agree with Lenny here, that we cannot possibly sit back and allow your obsession with incredible lies about me to interrupt the flow of good political discourse here and the evolution of the topic from Obama's Muslim homosexual past or Michelle's transgender status to where our country's going and why you haven't expected him to create jobs when he promised you he'd create jobs and he promised you he'd get rid of $1.7 trillion in debt, and he never did. Jimmy, you're out of here. We're going to ban you. Yeah. I'm not giving you any chances to come in here and call me names and demoralize us when we've got a much more important issue to talk about, and that is the future of this country and where we are sitting right now relative to other nations. I'm talking about Jones doctors having been manipulated. Yeah, I'm definitely concerned. I'm sure that Melissa Rivers is concerned. Why don't you pull up the entire details of that lawsuit and focus on that instead of this discussion? Glenn absolutely was told when he first lied to me, when he recorded my conversation, never ever told me I was being recorded, and then played it on his show, that he would never ever get another call into my show. And I think that's pretty obvious. When I told him that no, I meant no, and we're not equivocating on this point. No, I'm asking Melissa Rivers to do a very good in-depth analysis of what's happened. When her mother was not actually given an autopsy, that violated the chain of evidence, big time. So whatever's coming her way is going to be a huge lawsuit, I assure you. All right, let's talk about what's going on in the country now, because obviously we're perched on the edge of war. Our country just sent $500 million to Syria, to rebels in Syria. We're now encouraging 120,000 Syrian rebels to come into our country, or refugees. Then, on top of that, to bring you up to speed, Obama then offered another 164 million on top of the 500 million to those same jihadist rebels that are triggering the panic in Syria, which is causing the refugee crisis. And you're standing around here going, well, I don't know what to think, I don't know what to say. Our country should never be at war with Syria. There's no reason why we'd be there, but the only reason why we are there is the underbelly of this problem, which is we have been manipulated by world powers like the World Bank and the people holding debt notes to go fight their wars. And it's about time for our country to break away from these money handlers and greedmongers and get solvency. And you're not going to get that solvency from a guy like a credit junkie like Donald Trump. No, I never talked about gay Syrian rebels. You see what I'm talking about, guys? You are literally undermining the integrity of the show. Not my integrity. You can't touch my integrity. It's beyond reproach. But you're undermining the integrity of the show, and I can tell you that I could go guest chat off real quick. It would be no problem, and I'd have a lot of supporters talking about issues that are important to them. And I would gladly do that. But because I don't read off a teleprompter like Barack Obama, everything you're hearing is in real time and extemporaneous. Impromptu. It's a real, authentic, virtual dialogue with a presidential candidate. And what you're doing is demeaning me, in the process, lowering the very bar of intelligence in this room. And if we have to sit here and listen to your crap about gayness all night long, I'll be glad to talk about that all night long. I really don't care. Doesn't really matter to me. Because I'm here for you. Would you like me to hold your hand too? Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I can talk about your gayness all night long. It doesn't really matter. No, you're sick but what you're doing is you're listening to me every night, and you're saying, I don't like what this guy has to say because he's talking about things I don't believe in. So you're hating the messenger right now. If I told you you were a worthless sack of crap, you'd be upset, right? But you really are a worthless sack of crap when you think about it. You're called a useless eater by the powerful people that run you around like they're pawn. They see you as pawns in some sort of a big game that they can send you off to war. Kissinger is quoted as seeing our military soldiers as being idiots, morons, just pawns to be used in a big chess game. So you got to understand, this is a nation that is right on the verge of losing it because we've made all the wrong decisions, and now many of you are perched on the edge of making yet another incredibly bad decision. Voting for a corporate pig who openly admits that he is greedy. Isn't that amazing? Hey, excuse me, but I'm not broke. I've got plenty of savings. I retired at 50. You try doing that. I own property. I have no debt. You tell me how much of a loser I am. And I have a beautiful woman in my life. No, there's no fraud here. Everything's legit. You just can't deal with the reality that somebody can get ahead of this incredible game that they laid out for you when you were a little kid. When you were a little kid, they basically said, okay, you're basically putty in our hands. And the NEA, which is funded by the Rockefellers, started your public education program. And you started watching, all the teachers were telling you to sit right and be a good little student and do the right thing. Meanwhile, your creative core was falling apart. You didn't become a self-learner. You didn't think on your own. Consequently, our nation is now dealing with a lack of ingenuity, a lack of brand new thinking. Yet we've got young people right now working on robotics. So there's a light of hope at the end of the road here. But you need to start believing in the possibility that you can actually make a good life for yourself and your family without having to make millions of dollars. You need to get your own house, get it paid for, get out from under the debt, and then you'll start to see your life evolve in a happy way, and we'll build a sustainable economy. Not some pie-in-the-sky dreamland economy that Trump thinks he has in the penthouse suite that he's living in his mind. Yeah, I wish I could be a trust fund baby too, but I wasn't. Hey, I'm not, believe me, I was turned out. I'm a victim of affirmative action. And if you don't understand the depth and severity of that incredible thing that happened to all white men that graduated top of their class in 1977 to 79 to 80, then you don't understand what I'm doing. My connection to Harvard goes all the way back to the early days of my family. My great-great-great-grandfather founded Harvard, founded the university along with a few other people. And I'll be the one to close that university as president if they continue to engage in what I believe is suspicious activity. I've been looking at documents from Harvard, the EDU, regarding Obama's attendance there. I don't believe he actually went to Harvard. And I don't believe they can verify he went to Harvard. So when I become president, I'll be opening up their books on Barack Obama and his attendance. And I showed you a magazine last night, which was done 1 year after Obama allegedly was the president of the Harvard Law Review. And I'll gladly show you that right now. It's a GQ magazine with Magic Johnson on the cover. And it featured an article. There it is. It featured an article at the top of the page. It's like a 12-page article called The Uncivil War at Harvard Law by John Sedgwick. And it is an article all about the minorities that were at Harvard the year that Obama allegedly was president of the Law Review. Not one mention of his name. And they mentioned every minority in Harvard. But strangely enough, the president of the Law Review wasn't even in the magazine. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. It's good I have 8 copies of that. Also, all of you closet queers and bi-curious homosexuals really should just kind of put that to bed. Keep that in the closet, if you will. And let's talk about the issues here, okay? Thanks. I really don't know anything about gays. I'm not gay. Yeah, all you queers, STFU. Thank you. Let's talk about something other than homosexuality. Would you like? That would be kind of nice. Harvard and me. What? Okay, great. Well, there you have it. Yeah, that came up. I imagine it would. Yeah, you're starting to get closer to my great-grandfather. Yeah, that's okay. Many people don't realize that I'm related to that person. What's your stance on gay marriage? I don't think that states should be involved in marriage. I don't think the government should be involved in marriage at all. I don't see why any state would issue a marriage contract, let alone one to a homosexual group. It wouldn't even matter. The government should not be involved in marriage. It's clearly a breach of the separation of church and state, as outlined in the 14th Amendment. I'm a person who is right in the center of the political spectrum. Well, Peabody the dog was from Harvard, that's true. But if you look at the founding father, Pacific, you'll notice that he was, in fact, Peabody. So the name was used as a reference to Harvard. Yes, I have a transcript. I'm going to copy it. Yes. It's a little bit faded because it's 40 years old, but I'll be glad to bring it out for you. I'm just telling you, you can not believe me all you want, but the record stands for itself. I really did skip 7th grade. I really did graduate number 1 in my class. I did win the Bank of America award. I did have the possibility of getting a scholarship, but no one would give me one because I'm white. That's right. Mr. Peabody said it in his cartoon. There you go. That's my connection, yeah. Obama doesn't have a genius IQ. Obama's never come up with new ideas to save the country. I have. I can set down on my laurels when it comes to good ideas. Let me tell you some of the great ideas I want to help the country with, because that's really why I'm here. All the FEMA camps in the country, I'm going to actually eliminate the fencing around all the FEMA camps in the northern sector. We will retain our FEMA camps in the southern sector just to deal with the incoming refugees that Barack Obama is trying to integrate into our country, and then we'll deport them summarily. But we'll get rid of all the fencing around the FEMA camps because we're going to bring the fencing to our southern border. We're going to roll it up and send it down to the southern border, where we're going to hire non-U.S. citizens that are prison laborers right now for $1 a day. And we're going to actually have them build the fence. The 1,000 mile fence that Trump is borrowing from my idea. And this concept will be a way to save the nation from a massive population increase at the southern border. I've got great ideas to help the housing sector. We want to build up the homestead renewal plan using the existing plan, the home plan at HUD. And we want to make that homestead renewal plan a possibility for you to own a house someday by fixing up houses. No, it will be a fence, a lethal electric fence, unlike the joke of a wall that he plans on building. Plus, I'm planning on building the fence with cargo containers initially. Cargo containers are better than a wall. I got to tell you, not every university turned me down. I was accepted to Occidental College, but I couldn't in any way afford to go there because I was middle class. And I would have needed support from a scholarship to go to Occidental. Unlike Barack Obama, who was rich, or he got money from some affirmative action grant to get him there, I don't really know. All those records are sealed. I inherited my home from my father, who I cared for throughout the end of his life. I spent 25 years helping my parents. None of the other kids stepped up. I was the only one. I'm not in any way that way, yeah. I don't care about college degrees. I never planned on working at corporate America. I never planned on becoming anything other than what I am right now, a person running for president. And if you don't like that, and you don't like my ideas, then go ahead and run down my ideas, but don't run around calling me a liar because I've told you the truth on every single point, including my IQ.
Unbelievable. I thought I heard a little voice over there.
You know, I can't listen to the braggart we know as Donald Trump, the greedy braggart. Yeah, I would love to get it out and give it to you right now. But again, I'm reconstructing my website, and I plan on making copies of it in higher definition so you can clearly see it because it's a little faded. I was an advertiser prior to this. I've been an advertiser for years. I ran a small business advertising local companies, and I realized that the economy was tanking about 5 years ago, and there's nothing anyone was doing to help the sector that I was servicing, the merchant sector, the retail sector. You know, like the people that try to make money during the Christmas season. Macy's is now having to fire people left and right because they can't make enough money. Is there a Jewish clown on? Where is he? Oh, you mean Trump? Yeah. Trump is Jewish. He had to marry into the Jewish family. His daughter is Jewish. So he's very close to the Jews in New York. And he's gotten their approval. And I understand he's probably going to receive some money from AIPAC. I'm not sure. But I guess he doesn't want any money because he's still riding on that credit card he got from the Federal Reserve. So I'm sure he's probably not going to look for some of the Jewish money. But maybe he'll run out of credit. You never know. Oh, him. Oh, okay. I didn't know. There's no competition between Clinton and Trump. They're both part of the New World Order. They're both working for the same goals. They both want a greater police state. Trump wants a standing, what he believes would be some sort of a deportation force. Nope, they're all true. What I'm saying is true, not baseless. No, Trump is a greedmonger. He openly says he's greedy. He said it numerous times. And he actually believes that that's the way people should be. There's a guy who's never been questioned because essentially if you question him, you lose your job. Hillary's the same way. She is a barracuda uber bitch that won't listen to anyone criticize her. Trump was in our website, guaranteed. We know for a fact he was in our website in 2012. And we actually saw him speak to us. And we even turned to each other and said, that sounds just like Trump. He actually engaged a conversation with us. But what he was doing was picking our ideas without actually getting the meat and potatoes. He was grabbing the outer covers. He didn't really understand how to finance the fence idea, the 1,000-mile fence. So when asked, how are you going to pay for it? For lack of a better way, we're going to have Mexico pay for it. And now he's running with that in his commercials. Like Mexico is going to pay for a fence on our border. I mean, can you believe this guy? The audacity, the mental retardation of this blazing greedmonger talking about my ideas without even knowing how to implement them. It's pathetic. Hey, you got a problem. You leave anytime you want because you're not welcome here. I'm not delusional. I'm merely trying to save the nation. My ideas are all about saving the nation. Now, I don't need Congress to approve this deal. Trump doesn't have this plan. Trump doesn't have this idea to save the nation. I do. And I can implement it with the existing funding at HUD. We can start getting shovel-ready jobs for people making $10 an hour fixing up houses in every city in the country that we implement the plan. I got to tell you guys, if I didn't have a venue like this, I would probably be like all the other third-party candidates in history, unable to get my word out. But at least we've got this. I'm not in any way suffering from mental problems, I assure you. And when anyone asks me, about my mental health, I'm really happy. I couldn't be in a better place than if I tried. I mean, everything worked for me in my life. Everything. I was absolutely facing adversity beyond belief. And I've had to battle through unbelievable adversity just to be here solvent, without any debt, without any encumbrances, with no criminal record whatsoever. I've actually worked diligently, conservatively, to deal with financial stress. I don't go out spending and wasting money like Trump. I don't secretly want to date my daughter. I don't have a daughter. Trump wants to date his daughter. I don't have the incredible credit debt that he has. He is so deep in debt, he's underwater. And yet he has the audacity to claim he's worth $10 billion. When Forbes didn't even have him in the top billionaire list, 500 billionaire list. They didn't even add him to it 5 years ago. He sued them because he felt that his ego was put off. What father would date his own daughter? What kind of a freak is this guy? Yeah, he's on record in 2007 on The View claiming he would date his own daughter. There is no problem being exceptional. The problem with you is you can't talk about the issues. You constantly have to attack the messenger. President Kennedy's assassination limo keys are up for auction. I mean, who cares? They killed our greatest president, and now thugs are running the country. And if you're wondering if thugs who are running our country really care whether we go to war or not, they're not going to send their family to war. They just want to profit from it. They want to make money on F-35s and SAM missile systems. But if you want to buy into these limo keys, I guess this is your opportunity. See, this is what the country wants to talk about. Instead of rooftop revolutions, solar solutions, they want to talk about JFK's keys to the car he was assassinated in. Yep, sure enough, that's a Chrysler. I've had keys just like that. I wouldn't pay $1 for them. Trump is the worst thing that could happen to the U.S., I agree. I never misrepresented the words of another person. You tell me what I said. Dr. Real Phil, it was nice knowing you, but you outstayed your welcome here. Goodbye. Our greatest president, he actually had a dream for this country. What words have I said about Trump that in some way he didn't say? He said he would date his own daughter. He openly stated that. Somebody asked me, could you talk on Alexander Hamilton? Yeah, I can. Yeah, Michelle Obama is a transgender. Wake up. I never said the same stupid stuff Obama says. Ever. I started this plan to sidestep his mistakes because he's blowing it everywhere he turns. No, he said a lot more than that. I'm going to have to bring up the video for you to look at. God, you know, so many of you people forget that your dream orgasm for a political candidate is a greedy pig. In a country that is dominated by greedy pigs, you morons want to vote for a greedy pig for president. Wow, that's pretty funny. I've never seen such stupidity in my life than the kind of stupidity I've seen in this chat room by you Trump supporters. It's phenomenal. I'll tell you, take my wife. It's a joke. Exactly. Thank you. Bill Whittle ripped Donald a new one recently. This guy's good. I liked him. Donald Trump seems to be the front runner of the GOP, he says, but you'll find out what Bill Whittle loves about Donald. I'm not an act. I'm the real deal. I told you that. The Powerballs numbers are in, and I didn't win? Oh, don't tell me that. I didn't win? Oh, well.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Afterburner. I'm Bill Whittle.
Hi, Bill.
Well, he's a widely despised, loudmouth, narcissistic blowhard that likes nothing better than the sound of his own voice. And despite what he says he believes politically, the truth is he doesn't really believe in anything but himself. He flies around in his big jet with his logo prominently on the side, hobnobbing with his rich, fat cat New York donors. And frankly, look, let's just come out and say it. Despite his obvious gift for self-promotion, he's just not very bright. And the thought of that egomaniac sitting behind the desk of the President of the United States of America just fills people with shame. But enough about Barack Obama. Let's talk about Donald Trump for a moment. You know, a few days after the election of 2012, I gave a speech in which I predicted that the next president would come not from the political class, but rather from the pop culture. And the reason I said that is because in this age of the 3-minute attention span, no one is going to be able to go out and get that easily swayed middle who passionately believes in things they know nothing about, unless they can do two things. One, speak the language of the pop culture, and two, come out with enough media savvy to actually hold people's interests.
Well, there I am. And that's me. He just basically described me. My sister, she loved getting this tie because she got it from a company that just said, hey, we don't want it anymore. We're taking it off the wall, and they gave it to her. Isn't that nice? Yeah. I could have been anything. I could have been a contender. Thank you. Mr. Bill is following a party line here. Let's see what we got. Date of birth. The Jedi Party. Oh, good for you. Yeah, that's original, man. Well, I'd gladly show you her wee-wee video, but right now I'm do you really want to talk the whole night about Michelle's wee-wee? Or all the references in every way to Michelle's wee-wee? I am a progressive. I'm not closeted. I was a Democrat for 30 years, so I was a progressive, but I'm a centrist who's aware of the dangers of overspending. And I'm also, well, you don't know what a wee-wee is? Wow, okay. No, I'm not eating free, well, I did get some free discontinued mayonnaise, a lot of it. And it's not that bad when you mix a little yogurt and lemon juice in with it. But that's how I save money. I don't buy $4 quarts of mayonnaise. I get it for free. Because they're going to throw it out anyway, right? All right, yeah, I know how to live in a sustainable way. Many of you do not. I understand that. You're not to be blamed for being consumers because you've been forced into a consumer junkie society all your life. You can't control the consumer junkie mentality that you have. It's taking over. So, did anyone win the Powerball? Does anyone know? Because that makes a big difference. Yeah, many of you are living the life of a consumer. Your whole brain is all about consumption. So you can't even live the way I live. And I'm actually writing another book about a new way of living in America so that you can actually know exactly how I got to this stage of being absolutely comfortable and not rich, per se. But this is the message they're giving you on a daily basis. This is it, in a nutshell. Welcome to the machine, where you're trained to be this way. So whenever you feel a little inadequate, maybe you're not making six figures at the age of 40, like so many guys get this head trip, they got to make six figures by the age they're 40. A lot of you are going to kill yourself because you are told that your life is defined by consumption. But in reality, consumption is simply the rich man's trick. Watch this video. Okay, Johnny. Stone's lover. I'll take a look at it. I ran as a preferred Democrat in 2014 to test the boundaries of our future under the Democratic Party. And guess what I found? I got into the ranking of the primary. I came in third, of course, because they stole 90% of my signs. They literally are willing to cheat in order to retain power, these Democrats. Yeah, I saw that. The Illuminati wife that talks about all the secret plans to control the government. Yeah, I know. You are a total weirdo. Oh my God. You are. I had to purge you. I will show you the transcript. Yeah, I'm going to put it on our new website. Along with as much as I can to give you valid proof that I am who I am. A lot of you are having questions and not believing that I'm an honest person. It's amazing how distrustful you become because you've been jilted by all the greedmongers like Donald Trump. Many of you don't realize that you've been taken all your life by cheaters, usurious cheaters. that will do whatever they can to exploit innocent workers. That's what I'm telling you. YouTube censored me. I had my signs stolen, 90% of my signs. I'm telling you, you're not living. I'm a totally honest person. And you don't understand that. You're living in some sort of a weird, disconnected world. That's why I attacked your gaydar earlier. Because you can't see a living, breathing, heterosexual man that loves women? I mean, what's wrong with you people? And you can't even detect a homosexual flamer like Obama? It's just amazing. I don't personally have a problem with homosexual men. Except when they look at my ass. Then I get a little pissed off. Because I'm tired of being sexually harassed all my life because I'm obviously a person they want to look at. So let's tell you about Obama's rail plan. His vision for high-speed rail actually left our rail lines in turmoil. All those red marks are all designed to slow down the traffic of actual cargo. It's somewhere in my records. I got to Xerox it to get the colors right. I have to pull up the contrast to make you see it because it's really old. Yeah, but believe me, the person who killed Reagan was at George H.W. Bush's house the night before. Yeah. You didn't know that. Yeah, that was an actual target on him. Reagan was not complying. He was not doing what the New World Order wanted. Let's bring you Donald Trump casually reminding everyone about his lust for his daughter. All right? That's important.
Hey, so Donald, all right, I'm afraid to ask this question, but what would you do? Playboy put Ivanka on the cover of the magazine, and she had not.
This is going to be an interesting answer.
He doesn't want you to have a drink. I know him. So
it would be really disappointing. Not really, but it would depend on what was inside the magazine.
If she posed, it would be fine. But if they put her picture on,
but it depends on what goes inside the magazine.
Well, see, that's her gripe. That's
right.
this girl's gripe.
And
people assume there'll be nude photos.
Right, you do assume that with Playboy.
Okay,
but if there weren't, you wouldn't have an issue with it then. If they were using her to...
I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know? If Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know? I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Oh my God, is he masturbating there? What the hell's going on here? Can you imagine how messed up that is? I'm a little freaked out. They just laughed that off. Yeah, Andrew. Can you imagine a father wanting to date his own daughter? Yeah, if she wasn't his daughter, he'd be dating her. I don't know, it's kind of freaky to me, man. It's not funny at all. It's sick, man. Yeah. It's sick like some molester would say. You know, one of the common reactions most child molesters engage in is they try to make mainstream their perversion. They try to, just because you're a Trump sucker doesn't mean I have to have you in the room here, buddy. You got your lips strapped all over his manhole. Yeah, every single night you come in here worshiping him like you want to suck out of his butthole. I'm tired of it. You Trump supporters are brain dead. All right. So Obama decided to lock up all of the traffic in all of these areas. Isn't that cute? I'm just telling you. No, I never said anything about gayness. I was talking about how he's sucking up his butthole. That's a big difference. He's a brown-nosing scumbag coming into my show every single night, trying to suck up to Trump like he's going to give him something. Going, daddy, daddy, daddy. What can I get from you? Wait, Trump isn't going to give you anything other than a bad nightmare of an economy, a Hitlerian profile just like Hitler, and he will evolve into the worst possible person you'll ever imagine. He actually has the tendency of telling people who question him he's going to sue them. That's the lowest thing you can do in life. When the Republican presidential candidate Kasich questioned him on a couple issues, he turned around and said, I'm going to sue you, and it's fun. The game is on. And Trump has never met a guy like me, a formidable opponent who is basically I am the switch hitter that comes into this entire event to unite the country in the center of the political spectrum, basically. I'm a fiscal conservative and a social liberal. I'm everything everybody wants. I want to keep the budget under control, but I want to solve key problems in the environment, with homelessness, and most of all, opportunity for the American people. Now, if you listen to Obama or Hillary or somebody who's talking about high-speed rails and says, well, we want to have a high-speed rail, why don't we just have China build it? So sure enough, Obama is actually contracting China. He's in the process of negotiating a monorail or a maglev rail from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, built by national Chinese, which is absurd. Now, we cannot afford that. We cannot afford any type of a maglev extending 250 miles. But we can afford 1 mile of track. So we came up with this idea in 2005. We actually pitched the Seattle government. Seattle mayor was pitched on this idea of creating solar and wind chargers that create energy that we can finance every 1 mile of track we put in by simply creating energy and developing 1 mile of track at a time. It is kind of cool, isn't it? It's a beautiful pattern. China. So we have a plan to actually build 1 mile of track, and we could work with Global Dynamics, the Lawrence Livermore development firm that actually could help create this because they're already working on a track, and build 1 or 2 miles from downtown LA to Downey, maybe a 10-mile track. And we finance it with solar energy and wind power. That's something that I think is credible. And that's the difference between me and a Trump-like candidate. I won't waste your tax dollars on some pie-in-the-sky idea. And I certainly won't allow the Chinese to come into our country and build their version of it, which cost $12 billion, and they still haven't received the money back from it. It's like they're barely able to get the money back for what they built. No, this is something my sister gave me. Well, I'm not a switch hitter in the way that you're describing. I can basically appeal to both fiscal conservatives and social liberals simultaneously. In other words, I can pull votes from both the left and the right, whereas Trump can't do that, and neither can Hillary. Now, that alone gives me an edge in this race. Let me find out where the tie was made. It was made in a small country called Nordstrom. Yeah. The country of Nordstrom. No, that's a lie. Trump is full of lies. I'm creating a lethal electric fence, and I'm going to use the fencing around our FEMA camps to do it. Where's Trump going to build the wall with clay? Cinder block? You know how easy cinder block is to cut through? I mean, is that a joke? One little charge of plastique and you take out the wall that he wants to build. You wouldn't even be able to strap plastique on the lethal electric fence that I'm building. He doesn't even know how to build a wall. I think you should read the definition of bigot, or just look up Donald Trump in the encyclopedia. I didn't have my dad pay for my visit at Wharton School of Business, and I didn't buy my degree. You're right. Good point. Scissor Fight, I don't want to actually profile any gun control stars. I don't believe that Bradley Cooper is on the up and up. Once we found out that her former wife was missing, and then she came out as some sort of a new person with a new face, I don't trust Bradley. So when he says he wants gun control, everybody who wants gun control wants to turn our country into a Nazi police state or a commie police state. Every single person I hear who wants gun control wants more protection. That means they want more police, not less, more. I want to make the entire police force low profile. Get them out of your face. Have them stop speed gunning you everywhere you go. I don't want cops pulling over people because they have to meet a stupid quota. I'm tired of that. Well, if I'm a joke, then you must be the laughter emanating from my joke. Trump never listens to anybody. Trump tells people what they're supposed to think. He has never done a show like this. I've done 7,000 hours of broadcasting. Everything he does is scripted. Hey, let's talk about the issues, not Trump, okay? So clearly, Obama's vision for a high-speed rail was a catastrophe. It actually alienated one of the rail lines this year, and they're actually not even doing business with them. They're pissed off. The guys that run the rail lines don't want to parse off their track for some idiot who wants to travel 45 miles an hour when they can go 300 miles an hour in a maglev. Nope, broadcasting is not a waste. It's actually very, very beneficial. I wouldn't even be on the horizon if I hadn't spent 7 years right now working on this plan. And I'm not only talking to the American people, I've actually gotten my message out all around the world. I'm more well known in other countries than I am here because our nation is systematically censoring me and have never allowed me to have any mainstream media attention on the issues. There was no Powerball winner tonight. Estimated jackpot on Wednesday is $1.3 billion. Count me in. I am going to ride these numbers. I think these numbers are still good. I feel good about the numbers. I'm going to keep them going. So the fortune is still awaiting anyone who can win this Powerball. I'm not materialistic, so I'm going to absolutely do everything I can to help people who are homeless with the money I get. We're thinking of building a small community. Just listen to my idea real quick. It's kind of simplistic, but cargo homes are really the thing of the future. Well, I should be famous. I am in Japan and other countries, but I'm not famous here. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I envision getting, these cargo containers I told you about? Well, I actually believe that we can actually make communities out of these things. I'm not related to Kanye West. I don't know that I'm not related to Kanye West, man. I told you that, man. Dollar bills, man. Yeah, look at these cargo container homes. It's fascinating. I just loved looking at this stuff. You can imagine homes made out of cargo containers for homeless people. Yeah. We're going to build a wall out of containers. I was telling you that earlier. That's not Trump's idea. That's our idea. We're going to follow with a lethal electric fence on the inside or the outside, depending on how we look at it. Wow, Dave, that was a shot at both of you? Yeah, exactly. I nailed you both at the same time. Kardashians are famous because the world is controlled by very wealthy people who push them to the front of every media story out there. Well, I'm just telling you, the future of cargo container homes is not impossible. We saw 5 homes today made of cargo containers that they built quickly for transient workers in the area that we were in today. I'm not talking about my idea being the cargo container home. I'm talking about integrating these ideas into the future of our country. It's not about my ideas per se. It's about good ideas. It's about taking good ideas and making them happen for bigger important events. I never invented the container housing idea, although I've been thinking about it for a long time. Other people are actually building these things. So you can imagine how this will be integrated into our temporary housing while we put the cargo containers up. And the good thing is, that's right, in Japan, David is known as Einstein on anime steroids. That's correct. They recognize my brilliance. Japanese people understand that I care. You Americans seem to be out to lunch. Glenn, what about no do you not understand? Did your mother ever take away her nipple when you were nursing on it and say, honey, you've had enough. You're lacerating my areola. You need to think about that, Glenn. Especially when you ask your mom, Mom, get me a soda. It's just not funny, man. It's boring. You're boring. We don't need to take over North Korea. They're too poor. We should help them give food supplies in and make an overture of peace to Kim Jong-un and say that we are not going to have a ground war. And another overture of peace will be to tell Kim Jong-un that we will not engage in the war games at the border with the South Koreans like we normally do. That would be lowering the bar of anxiety with this nation that clearly is concerned, and we are technically still at war with North Korea. Talking about my ties is irrelevant. We need to talk about free energy. You really want me to show this clip, don't you? What exactly do you find interesting about this? She's rapping. Oh, wow. Amazing. He found free energy by putting a wet piece of bread on the back of a cat and dropping it. It's fascinating. I think it's disgusting. I don't think he needs to talk to me, man. And what about no does he not understand? Ask him, does he understand the word no? That's very funny, Scissor Fight. Glenn, we're going to have this game all night long. We don't talk to you. After you cheated when you recorded my voice and my conversation and didn't even tell me I was being recorded and then played it over the air, in which I use the S word. It's the only time I use the S word in a call. And you actually played it over and over again on your show. I'm pissed, man. Send a formal apology to AmericasThirdParty at gmail.com admitting your guilt, and I may reconsider. I did not discover solar and wind energy. I simply discovered the amazing carpet solar blanket. Yes. I invented the carpet solar blanket, and I don't want to, take a big amount of credit for it because I want to give all of that to the American people. Essentially, the carpet solar blanket is a roll of carpeting that we can put on top of a roof and roll it out. Roll out the solar panel. We're gonna have a good time. So you can imagine a couple of guys getting on the side of a building and dropping a big roll of carpet, of solar panel up on one edge of the building. And the guys are standing up here, straddling it, mounting it. Basically, they can get a lifter to drop it up there with essentially a crane, and then they roll it right out onto your roof and then epoxy in all the sides and rivet it in with screws, and you've got yourself a brand new rooftop, courtesy of our solar carpeting. It's called solar carpeting. That's what I'm developing. Anyway, I'm working on that on the side. I have used the S word in private, yes, I have, but I don't use bad words on our show. I've never used the F word in any public arena, but I have personally used the F word before. Just so you know, I have said the F word before. Well, yeah, in order to be on his show, I have to access this VPN and get the Skype system rolling, because I can't do Skype until I actually roll out a VPN to hide my IP, because when we did Skype before, our IP was vulnerable. Wow, that's a really clear screen. Look at that. Cool. You're going to get some passwords, go for it. I love the way it looks. It's cool. The reason why we have to make sure that credit junkies like Donald Trump are not involved in the future of our economy is he's going to try to sell us off wholesale to the highest bidder. That's the problem. The fake debt created by Obama's deliberate negligence can be erased if we erase the Fed. But you'll notice that Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about ending the Fed. I'm going to talk about Hillary, yeah, because obviously many of you don't realize that she not only doesn't have any new ideas, but she's also extremely dangerous. She's got over $2 billion in campaign funds, and she doesn't really have a lot of ideas for the country. I am the only hope for the future. I agree. This is a little nuisance behind me that I can deal with. Her $2.3 billion that she has in her war chest is nothing compared to our measly 3,000 some odd dollars. Because those 3,000 some odd dollars came from hard-working Americans. Well, one guy wasn't really that hard-working. But they really were earned slowly and in a very, very cautious way. Because we don't get a lot of donations from people because they're broke, the money she got was from rich people, many of them foreign. I don't need to listen to Trump. He borrows all my ideas. What do I need to listen to him for? I'm just like, I can hear myself talk to the mirror. I just listen to myself. I would be listening to him. Nope. The fact that you are all sucking up to a corporate pig is indicative of how stupid you are. Thank you. All right. So, in other words, they're running an attack on me right now with less viewers, and they're actually being featured on the network. Is that what you're telling me? I'll still be here when Trump has a heart attack in the office, if he were to win. He's not nearly as healthy as I am. He's 80 pounds overweight. I work out all the time. I have the body of a 25-year-old man. And this guy is living the life of flubber. What's that? You can do all that just as long as you keep the passwords in private, whatever you want to do. So you come to America's Third Party. We are born of the American people. We are not owned by corporations like the Federal Reserve, which owns Donald Trump and has him doing your bidding. We don't have any of the ties to corporate America that he has. I'm not a credit junkie. I'm completely solvent. I don't owe anybody anything. Trump is deep in debt. He can barely cover his $30,000 a day nut. Imagine having to cover $30,000 a day in interest. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just playing our logo from 2008. I'm getting really tired of all your critical remarks here. I haven't said anything negative about you other than you're an idiot.
Do you want to take a break?
Yes.
You could go clear CD.
We're burning a CD?
Well.
Yeah, let's do a burn a backup disc, yeah. I'll be it. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Sarah's going to take over.
That's what that's there for, I guess. All right. Sarah's fantastic. She's here to talk to all of you. Okay. Thank you, Leroy. Don't worry, David won't let anyone silence him. Ever. Hello, Agent Black. Yeah, no. Alex Slimmer. Yeah, no. Not yet. Even though I am maybe once I build a computer, then I will load Linux onto that, but I'm not ready for it yet. Hello, Andrew. Thank you, 867. Hair is head banging. Oh, you tested David one night by constantly praising him? And what happened then, 6799? Do I want to know? I'm not sure I do. Was that a good night for you? He ate it up. There you go. You can catch a lot of things with honey. Praise is always, people love praise. There you go, 2280. Thought he just remember who he cloned. There you go. You got it, 6799. David is eternally young. Forever young. That's not positive, 6799. David is old enough to be president of the United States. Wow, I think I'm just gonna go like this. And go like this. And go like this. And there we go. So how are all of you doing tonight? It's Saturday night and I'm in the light. Can't you believe me? Just watch. No Powerball winners. All proceeds go to homeless shelters and food banks instead. That would be pretty cool, but I don't think that's the case. Giraffe brain. Yeah, you're nice and clean. You take a shower on Saturday night. That sounds good. Fantastic. Yes, you're first in the room. Yep, Walton, that's what I did. Wow, you're unbanned after 2 years. David did an unban all, Bob. So welcome back. Maybe you've grown up since 2 years ago when you were a troll and you've decided to become a more mature individual. The government wants their cut of the $1.3 billion, but you could take, I guess you could take half now so the government can have their cut, or you can get it all if you take it over 20 years. I mean, of course, when it's $1 billion, I'll take it over 20 years, thank you. Oh, you're vets? Oh, okay, sorry, Bob. What's the real talk on vets? I'll listen. Astronomy picture of the day. All right, thank you, Scissor Fight. All your links are pretty good. Ooh, that's pretty. Discover the cosmos. Each day a different image or a photograph of our fascinating universe is featured, along with a brief explanation written by a professional astronomer. Ooh, that's kind of cool. After years all working... after working all day, you're still clean. Nice. Nice and clean. Even after working all day, you had to work all day today straight, Dave? I'm sorry. Oh, well. Well, that's good. Work is good for the soul. It all depends on what you're doing. You take care of animals too, Giraffe Brain, when Bob said he was a vet. Are you that kind of vet, or are you a veteran, Bob? All right. No, I don't think so, UK. This is David's show, and that's how it is. Rational. Whoa. If you think so, Pacific. 20 years is okay with you. Glenn's... no, we're not taking any calls, Flames. We're golfing. I don't take any calls when I'm on the show. I don't feel like I really need them. And, anyway, just because the phone rings doesn't mean you have to answer it. That's how I feel. People should be answering the phone when I call them. I don't need to answer the phone when they call me. Yes, Bob, I'm sure he did volunteer. You're at U.S. Marine Corps. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you for volunteering. You weren't drafted, I take it. What? Eric, that's so rude. Of course, I did not do any such thing. I love David. He's just in the other room. Okay, so... Alright. Why are you guys all attacking Bob? Bob's just a U.S. Marine Corps, that veteran that would like to talk about the things. Okay, so you understand that you were paid, you got your reward. Well, thank you for your service. And thank you, Wisdom Vendor, for doing whatever it is you do. Being a wisdom vendor. Distributing knowledge, whatever it is. Okay. And thank you all for coming in and watching our show and chatting with us. That's pretty cool. Glad you're here. Hello, you two. Thank you very much. What you hate are those emotional. Oh yeah, you don't like the intelligence the feelings test. Feelings, nothing more than feelings. You're not an MD, but you do want to improve the VA hospitals. Walton, are you just a troll? I don't understand. Do you and Bob have some kind of history? Are you upset because you're not doing something different on a Saturday night? I don't know. But I do think veterans deserve MRIs, yes. What, too much? Do you like her that way? Alright, the UN Library announced its most checked out book of 2015. Called War Crimes, their most checked out book. Yes, endless wars lead to more VA hospitals or more veterans that need to go to the hospital. Oh, there was drama from that channel with Bob. Oh, okay. Alright, sorry, Walton. Well, obviously, I understand what you're saying, Wisdom Bender. I don't know if Bob is one of those people. Amber loves to sleep, but that is a cute boogieing cat, Agent Black. Oh, you didn't even know that? Well, now you do, Pacific. It's not Glenn Beck, by the way, so... if you were thinking that. I hope to. Why is that? Don't know why it's not working. Oh, yes I do. Because it's Internet Explorer. Alright, thank you. Oh, you hadn't seen him. Yeah? People are who they are, I suppose. Anyway, I'll do that later, I suppose. Yeah, people tend to stay the same over 7 years. That's, people are who they are. Sure, I can try to play that. I don't know if I have it up. Music? Where is that? It's not in music. No, I can't. I don't know exactly where it is. I'll have David play it for you when he comes back.
Yeah, so we have had quite a show. This has been the fastest 3 hours in my entire broadcasting history.
Really?
Yeah. I've never felt time go faster than we just felt in our show.
No, I have not used a wig since our Halloween show. Well, I'm so glad that time is going fast for you.
Yeah, I want to thank all my trolls and haters for helping me get through the night without even skipping a beat. I just saw 3 hours go by like it was 20 minutes. It's amazing. It's like we are a machine now processing all this negativity because people don't want to hear the things that I say. So we just can't stop.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance.
So we want to stop all the things like nepotism, greed, elitism, cronyism, all the things that Donald Trump represents and Hillary Clinton represents.
Please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Stop all this with a third party, everybody. Can't stop. It's getting out of control with a two-party system controlling everything. We need a third party, and we've got a third party, and it's your third party. I'm gonna crank it.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.
Okay, now, how do we get rid of the cronyism in military contracts? When you look at our blimp plane.
I can't even register this.
Yeah, you'll have to download a new browser. Get a new browser, yeah. What we're trying to do is stop the cronyism, and the best way to do that, like with the F-35. Here's a plane that's costing this nation $1.5 trillion over its lifetime.
You want Chrome or Firefox?
I want to go with Opera. You don't like Opera?
I don't know. I never use Opera.
Well, I do on that computer. Do Firefox. No, do Chrome. You know, you're a Chrome woman. She is loving Google, and I think Google is great.
I love Google, except there is a little issue with one Google thing I came across.
Oh, really? Well, then you want to do Firefox. What do you think we should download on our new computer, guys?
Okay,
let me ask the group
we'll ask
here.
the chat room.
Yeah.
But what browser should we use on our new computer?
Yeah.
Well, what browser do you use to access that? Hard issues? Do you
Google Chrome. Iridium browser? Really? I don't trust. Straight Dave, I don't trust you. Well, the blimp doesn't require.
Explorer? No.
You need Ultron? Really? Pilkins? Pilkins says Ultron. Chrome is superior. Andrew likes Chrome. Sound by the guy says Firefox. Hard issue says Linux. I'll go with Linux anytime. Don't get the stable version. Google Ultron. Chrome. Larry Levate. Chrome.
What's
Agent Black.
Ultron?
Chrome. Let's just look up Ultron. Commando Dragon. Ooh, Scissor Fight suggests Commando Dragon. Well, when we load our softwares, we actually will look at that option.
Ultron is a fictional supervillain appearing in comic books published by Marvel Comics.
David, will you be the Chancellor of my nation? No, I'm sorry, Eric. I am not German. Unfortunately, I cannot replace Chancellor Angela Merkel. Aber das ist nicht sehr richtig. If I became a German citizen, I could possibly run your country. You will allow me to run as a German chancellor? Really? But I'm not German. I am Norwegian. I have more Norwegian in my blood now.
By NASA, powered by Adobe Reader, a browser light years ahead of its...
Oh, the Ultron browser is light years ahead of itself. It's a pretty good
ahead
choice.
Of not only the present generation of the browsers, but the internet itself.
Does it give security? Does it give you a deep sense of security like you get when you're in the arms of your lover? Frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn. Amazing security. Let's look at the Ultron. Let's seriously investigate this. So you like it, huh? Ultron is best. So why is Google creating the Ultron? Are they of the belief that there's a threat out there with their existing Chrome system? Or Hogslammer uses Chrome Beta. Now, how is Chrome Beta any different than the Ultron system? If you have any questions about the beautiful flight from LA to New York for only $100, please feel free to ask. Operators are standing by. Brett Butler. Frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn. I loved the work of Clark Gable. As you know, Clark Gable did not have good teeth when he was a young man. He was a male prostitute. I know, it's hard to understand that American superstars like that have... And the entire aircraft is only about $1 million extra. See? I can take a $364 million jet and add $1 million in fuselage and a dirigible attachment. And I will make that plane last another 20 years of air travel, minimum. Yes. Go ahead. You're on the air with me. Eric. Okay, Eric, you got another chance to talk about something relevant. Last night you talked about how you didn't want pregnant women in the world, and there's no way a woman can not gestate. I mean, they're the ones that take care of the little babies. Those test tube babies, they have to be carried in utero, Eric. So what's your take on that? What technology do you know about that I don't?
Oh, okay, we're going to talk about that again.
No, what do you want to talk about?
What happened?
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about how the German monarchy was illegally ousted from the German throne.
And your point?
My point is we need to reinstate it.
Whoa, that's like, you know, I get this crap from a lot of people, like white supremacists want to get rid of the state of Israel.
Oh, no, I'm not. No, I don't.
No, but I'm just saying, that's about as meaningful as what you're asking. You're asking Germany to go down back to Kaiser Wilhelm's prior to the German takeover of the Chancellor.
Yes, the House of Hohenzollern.
Yeah, and you have no way of doing that.
I don't propose them being in any sort of political role, but
Well,
more
you have to do it through politics, man.
Traditional role.
Since you have a 4K monitor, the beta is needed or else the HIDP won't look on the stable version of Chrome. Okay, we have a 4K monitor. The beta is needed. We need the 4K version according to...
Are you sure about Ultron? This thing about Ultron, I'm not sure, is like...
Nah.
Because the only thing about...
Did you try loading it?
Well, not yet.
Okay. Well, listen, Eric, the deal is you cannot retract German politics. If we reinstate the House of Sponheim...
You certainly can.
Well, reinstating the House of Sponheim is the only way we're going to change the dynamic here. Now, if I were involved in German politics, which I'm not, and since I'm not in any way involved with a German right now, I'm not breaching the Logan Act. Now, Straight Dave says, I don't get how the area resistance wouldn't require too much fuel at those speeds. The dirigible has so much area for drag. Straight Dave, what we're going to be using is hydrophobic material on the outside of the dirigible. It'll be stretched with Kevlar, and it'll be formed over a ultralight graphite, which is stronger than steel and lighter than a feather. So there's no weight to this structure. The only friction you're talking about is air displacement. Now let me show you the material we're going to be smearing all over the surface of this incredible blimp. You see how translucent this blimp is right here? This is kind of how
this material is coated in aluminum, whatever it is, It's called, I can't think of it right now.
Hydrophobic material.
Iron oxide.
Hydrophobic material. We're
No, I
talking.
think aluminum and iron oxide.
No, there's no aluminum in the structure. It's all carbon fiber, man. There's no metal in the structure. It's not even electrified. You can't get a charge going.
I still think you should do aluminum and iron oxide.
No. That'll attract electricity. You don't want to make a beacon out there. You want this to be as stealth as possible, so if it's slipping through the air, some Russian aircraft can't detect it. I have to go to stealth mode, so bear with me.
Hydrophobic material isn't a chemtrail thing.
I'm not talking about chemtrails. You're switching subjects on me. Please focus.
No, you're trying to put something in the skies. How do we know it's not a chemtrail?
I'm not talking about chemtrails. Please focus. What about that do you not understand?
All right, okay.
All right. Now let me play you a little video. All of you need to know this, that there's a material on the market now that is absolutely water repellent beyond human capacity to understand. So that means that nothing's going to touch it, not even air. Now this is nanotechnology at its highest state of the art, and I want to apply it to the outside of this particular vehicle. Listen.
Okay, this is Never Wet Super Hydrophobic Fabric System. This particular bottle. We also make a paint that paints on surfaces. But with this product, you can spray it on any clothing, and it will make your clothing super hydrophobic. Water and heavy oils will just shoot off of it. Chocolates, ketchup, mustard, all of that sort of thing. Hydrophobic means that a surface is water resistant. Super hydrophobic means that the water will shoot off of a surface, won't even sit there. When you plunge this in the toilet and pull out, it remains dry. And with it staying dry, it doesn't have any bacteria on it. We made the outside of this very hydrophobic, and the center of it is untreated glass, which is hydrophilic. In other words, the center of the glass wants to attract water. The outside of the glass wants to repel water. So when we pour water in the center, it goes to the borders that we created with the hydrophobic surface, and it stopped the water.
Okay, we're on the phone with Eric, and Eric has been coming up with some interesting concepts. We're talking about hydrophobic material covering the outside of the blimp to make it frictionless. And these types of blimps can be constructed at places like Boeing and Lockheed Martin. So I don't want to not integrate the existing military industrial complex. I'd be a fool if I thought I could help this country and not work with those companies. Okay. I also want to see a major transformation in my area. I want to see robotic universities develop in the Seattle region. I'd love to see a military installation that actually develops drones themselves. I don't like the fact that we're contracting out all of our work to companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin. So I want to see the government, the military, actually compete in the free market. I'm tired of hearing about contracts, huge contracts that are just sucking us dry. Go ahead.
Yeah, France kind of does that with, what is that company? DAFA, something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of the French military comes from a state-owned company, a lot of their equipment.
Yeah. Very
the
successful.
question about this dirigible plane conversion.
Yeah.
Why do you leave the wings on?
The wings are necessary for stability, and they also have the jets, which will be running at half of their capacity. This capacity will give it the ability not to over speed out. The velocity will be limited. Limiters. Up to 300 miles per hour would probably be the fastest we could expect from this configuration. But it has to be fully tested out, and of course it's just a pie-in-the-sky idea right now. But the idea is to use our aging infrastructure. And if we don't do that, there's going to be a bunch of people going, oh, there's stress fractures. We have to mothball this beautiful 747. Now, I'd like to see a beautiful home with 50 rooms inside of it where you guys are going, hey, want to hang out, or you meet somebody, you could hang out in a sleeper, and you could have a romance on the first maiden voyage of this. You could imagine being in the bar.
Be pretty cool.
Be pretty cool, yeah. It's like 10 hours in the plane with a group of about 150, 250 people. And up in the Mile High, there will be sleepers, so you'll be able to have a privacy thing. We try not to, allow prostitution on board. You like it? Yeah. Now, the nice thing about these units is when they will all be retrofitted with parachutes. So in no way would this ever land in a situation where you'd crash. Every single one of them would be retrofitted with a parachute. So, what kind of a parachute? It would depend on the way we make the parachute. I've talked about building parachutes within the dirigible itself, so if it did blow, it would be deployed. I think both would be necessary.
Yeah, you know what you could do? You could have it, if there's a catastrophic failure with the air bladder, you could have it jettison it.
Yep.
And once it's jettisoned, you have parachutes come out of the
the center. Yeah. So I'm thinking of explosive parachutes out of the center, at least maybe 3 of them, like a harness, and then 4 points around it. I think you could pull it off with 7 parachutes, personally. Hang on, I'll be right back. I have to go get a CD. But Sarah will talk to you.
All right.
Okay, I will talk to you.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, well, I'm good. I'm starting up my new computer. So, that's always fun.
Your computer looks like a car hood.
I know, it looks like the hood of a car. It's huge, isn't it? It does.
Yeah.
It's like, and you guys want to see, I'll move my camera and I'll show you guys it. Maybe I can move my camera.
Fred the trucker.
There's my computer now, all opened. So that's pretty cool. Pretty amazing. David likes to do his drawings on here. Fun. You know, Fred, you're just so rude. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human
Yeah, Fred,
too?
knock that off.
Exactly. I'm human, dude. That's what I am. All right. What about?
I'd like to get your opinion on the restoration of the German monarchy.
I don't think she has one.
I don't have an opinion on the restoration of the German monarchy.
Do you want a DVD or a CDR?
I don't know what I want.
Because I have a DVD.
Because you've been eating too many apples, actually.
Okay,
I'll leave it right here. There's a DVD on top, and there's a CDR.
The apples contain a compound known as alpha-linolenic acid.
Yep.
Okay.
You're right.
I haven't been
Alpha-linolenic acid is a known neurotoxin, but they try to cover this up. You look this up, they say, oh, alpha-linolenic acid is fine for you. Yeah. It's a known neurotoxin.
Not to mention Alar. Let's not forget Alar.
Yeah, Alar too.
Alar is used commonly now in all of the apple fields. Plus, we've got GMO apples happening. So you don't know what kind of apple juice you're getting when you go to the market. That's why I bought all my apples and all my juice pre-Fukushima. It's in my storage area, my lead safe,
I don't even think those are safe. I think that apples, since the 1980s, have been genetically modified.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so every single apple today is a descendant from that originally genetically modified apple, and I think they are all unsafe.
Okay. Well, I know a lot of people serve apple juice. Apples today. Well, a lot of people are using apples as a way of building their vitamins in their body. I mean, their electrolytes need something, and when you're sick in a bed and you got nothing to eat, apple juice can nurse you back to health, man. So don't be running on the apple. I'm going to defend the apple and the core idea of pectin, and you are running the apple down, dude.
So to start, you could either have this with the start.
I mean, you can be sick and you'd be like, oh, I want my vitamins, and then you can kill your brain cells with an apple. That's okay. That's your choice.
What do you like? It's your preference. I
don't really have a preference.
Let's go with the other one, the simple one then. Oh, that's the Windows 8 profile, right?
Yeah.
Go with the classic. Let's go with the start the screen mode. Don't you like the old version?
This is the old version, desktop mode.
Oh, and the other one is the 2008 version?
Pictures, yeah.
What do you like?
Are you sure I can answer that question? The chicken came first.
I know. It came back from the original chromosomal development in the clay beds in Madagascar where life itself started. Let's talk about the origin of life, okay, Eric? Because you seem like you don't really need to talk about it.
I'd love to.
Yeah. The problem is I'm not your psychiatrist. I've got another call. Hold on. Oh my God, the guy keeps calling. What's going on? Okay, back to you, Eric. Sarah, you want to come into the show a little bit here?
Not really.
Okay, she's just being on the side there. We're good.
I mean, I am in the show.
Okay, yeah, this is a good conversation. I'm glad we touched on that. Thank you, Potato Girl. I straightened that out. You had food poisoning tonight, Hog Slammer? And you took a tablespoon of ACV and it cured it. Really? What is ACV?
Oh, they recommend
The maiden voyage of the blimp plane will happen first.
they're installing Chrome.
Oh, automatically? Okay. Well, we need 2 browsers anyway. We oftentimes
We'll
use
have
2
3.
browsers. We'll have 3?
Well, it comes with that stupid
Oh, the stupid browser.
IE
Okay.
that nobody uses.
Yeah, okay. Bragg's is great apple cider. Oh, yeah. And the Bragg's has a lot of different solutions
They have
for
like
people.
a soy.
You know, I'm not a fan of apple cider vinegar.
You don't like apples at all, man.
Because it has apples in it.
Now, will you really believe that all apples are corrupted, even organic apples and non-GMO apples?
Yeah, I believe all apples are. No matter where you get an apple today, its lineage traces back to that originally genetically modified apple.
I disagree. I think Johnny Appleseed would be pissed off. I think you're already stepping in the way of... Yeah, really. I mean, I'm a big supporter of pectin, and a lot of the apples that I've met in my life have been solid apples, good fruits. Okay, they're not vegetables.
Well,
that's for
the thing
sure.
is, you're just used to these apples today. In hard issues, I am not a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Hey, with no conversation with the chat, please. I can't take this call. This is not your chance to rag on people. Okay, what's the question? About the German monarchy. I'm asking you, why do you think that you're somehow going to be able to magically change the nature of a country that they've got so many problems internally?
Why go back to monarchy?
Yeah.
When aren't they a democracy now?
Why do you think they have these problems internally? Ever since 1915, their government has been forcibly changed time after time.
Yeah. Well, you can say that's true with Iran. You can say that's true with any other country in the world except maybe Syria. Hey, David, freedom of speech. I had to say it. Yeah, thank you. No problem, hard issues. I welcome your freedom of speech. I'm trying to give you that opportunity. I just don't like demoralization. And it's really the end of our country when we're running around calling each other names instead of solving problems. No Way Jose says, Google Ultron. Check it out. Know your meme. Thank you, Mr. Oh, he's very smart.
Yeah, it's basically saying there is no Google Ultron.
There is no Google Ultron. Thank you, No Way Jose. Next caller, Beekman.
I also want to,
yeah.
Hello?
I'm here, man. I hear every word you're saying.
All right.
Yeah.
I have bad signal a little bit. I also wanted to discuss Alexander Hamilton today.
Alexander Hamilton is a huge guy, the only guy on a bill that never served as president. I mean, what does that say?
Yeah, I mean, okay, Hamilton. Did you know he wanted to have an elected monarchy in the United States?
Yes, I do. And, I don't support that. He was a turncoat, and he fought Jefferson, and we all had problems with people like Hamilton. They're money mongers. The central bank came out of that type of thinking. Why do you support that monarchy? You're so out of it. Why do you even consider a monarchy? We are facing a monarchy right now with a new world order, Eric.
Oh, I don't consider a monarchy for the United States. The United States is historically a Republican nation.
I know what he's on. He's the only person on any bill that never served as president. So why are we talking about a monarchist supportist when we don't support monarchies here, Eric? And I don't even know why you're even here if you're a monarchist.
Yeah.
I'm not a monarchist for the United States. I'm a monarchist for Germany.
Whatever. I can't.
Are you living in Germany?
Who cares? I'm not here for Germany. This is America.
Are you German?
This is America, buddy. Why are you talking about Germany?
Well, who do you think owns Europe right now?
Does it matter?
I think that's a serious consideration.
I think the Rothschilds own all of Europe. You know that. It's the Rothschild family. You know that.
Yes, but who's their figurehead?
I am.
Which country over there?
I'm their figurehead.
Oh, you're the figurehead of the Rothschild?
No, I'm their figurehead.
Oh.
I'm not a Rothschild, but I'm their figurehead. They're looking to me for advice now. They finally realized that the only way they could possibly change the dynamic in this country is to find a solution. As opposed to putting it into the hands of the two parties, they're going to embrace what I'm doing. I think the elitists are going to like the fact that I basically am trying to solve the problems that they can't. That's a big, big step in the right direction, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, personally,
I'm not
I
an
am
elitist.
voting for you September, right?
Well, yeah. November is when the election starts. When are you slated to check into the FEMA camp? Have you received your papers? You won't be actually voting in the upcoming election if Hillary has her way, or Barack. You'll be going to the FEMA camp. So,
yeah. Well, I think I can get away from them. If I just give them all my money, maybe.
Okay, well, hold on to every cent you got, man. You're not going to be able to buy your way out of this. Yeah. This is a political choice. This picture I'm going to show you is representative of our country right now. It's falling asleep at the switch. This guy is so like so many people at like 2 a.m. I can imagine doing that myself.
I think those are all the guests.
Really? They're falling asleep. Looks like you too, sticky hands. Good for you. Hey, so what's going on here other than we're talking about Germany when we want to be talking about America? So what's your real question?
Let's bring it back to America.
Yeah.
So I want to discuss what was it? Alexander Hamilton. Back in the early days of the Articles of Confederation, he supported an elected monarchy. He gave a passionate speech about this, and yet today we celebrate this man. And the only reason I can see why we would celebrate a man like this, a man no better than Benedict Arnold, is because he started the Federal Reserve.
Yeah. Why would we celebrate somebody who started the Federal Reserve in their own thinking? Because he didn't really start it. They manifested that in 1913 by the signing of Woodrow Wilson.
Well, he's the one who drew the idea from, in my opinion. I think we can all trace it back to him.
Well, if you want to go there, that's fine. I got another caller. Baba Louie.
Call phone. To add this caller to your current call, press 5.
Wow, somebody finally got smart.
Mail, press 2.
Let's see if it is Glenn. Hey, Glenn, how are you?
Hello?
Are you on? Yes.
What issues here?
What is your question?
Okay, I want to actually talk about problems in America instead of Germany. But I don't know if you heard about El Chapo.
I heard.
Got captured and
yes, I heard.
And he's going to come in the country.
I know.
It's a major problem to what?
Yeah. I think they're trying to get him into the country. And Sarah laughingly said, what if they're getting him in here to let him go? I mean, you can imagine it's exactly what he wants. That he wants to carry out a threat against Donald Trump. We got a lot of problems bringing people like that into our country. That's why we have Guantanamo. Now, why El Chapo doesn't just go to Guantanamo, I don't know. Can you answer that one?
Good question. I'm just wondering because this is what almost Trump said. He's like, keep everyone out. It's almost he wants the Muslims out of the country so there's no terrorism attacks. So bringing Chapo in, he's going to go crazy. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. Bringing anybody into the country doesn't make sense. Hey, El Camino, you're not allowed to do that here or I will ban you. And you don't want to be banned at my show, man. So try not to do that.
No banning.
Yeah, this is the deal. If we set up peripheral areas like in Ellis Island or the Channel Islands on the West Coast, we could actually prevent people like El Chapo from coming into our country. We don't need to bring them in. Barack Obama wants 120,000 to 200,000 Syrian refugees in our country. He's willing to stick them here, force our women to be raped. Now, many of them are being accused of rape in Cologne, Germany. 22 of them that were running around rapidly fondling women. Women said they had their crotch grabbed by these Muslim Syrian refugees. I mean, it's crazy, and Obama wants that to come into our country. So I'm actually thinking of running on a no refugees plan here in Washington while I run for president across the country, because I don't think anyone wants refugees in here. I don't know where the Democrats are coming
have
from.
we accepted any refugees in the country yet? Or we have none so far?
We have absolutely, we've had 1.7 million refugees brought in the past 7 years by Barack Obama. That's how many new refugees came into our country from countries all around the world: Yemen, Somalia, Nigeria, Egypt, Syria. There have been people brought in already. Actually, Syrians are new. Syrians are just a new phenomenon. And all of it's a result of our government, in tandem with the World Bank and the IMF, pushing for a presence there, a resolution with the Syrian government. Now, our government, along with John Kerry, is trying to implement a strategy to create a new replacement government for the Syrian people.
Yeah.
And that's just, a transitional government is not what Putin is talking about. And there's no way Assad's going anywhere. So it's like Kerry's talking to himself in a closet, and you know, Putin's laughing, and then they call that some sort of a meeting. That's basically what happened.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And then everything comes down to ISIS. You know, Trump saying, "Oh, Hillary Clinton, Obama has created ISIS," and everything comes back to them.
Yeah.
And then you have Obama wants Syrian refugees. It's like, what's going on? Trump is somewhat making sense here.
Well,
you know, I can't agree with that crazy guy.
Well, this is the deal. We have every right to pursue freedom of religion in our country. Every one of us, in any way we want. You can be a Satanist if you want. You can be an atheist. You can be a believer in whatever, in voodoo. The fact is, Trump is willfully trying to violate our Constitution by saying he wants to ID Muslims. Now, there's a lot better ways to solve jihadist groups from arming themselves. Not go around attacking people, innocent Muslims that are simply pursuing their beliefs in the Quran. Now, of course, I'm winning Muslim votes in this desire to actually win the election, but I'm also not trying to be an apologist for Muslims either, because in the Quran there is a place that some people perceive as a desire to destroy all infidels that disagree with them. That interpretation is completely twisted in the minds of certain extremists, and those are the people we have to worry about. You can't call Christians snake handlers. This is possibly ISIS. It could be something even more nefarious than that. I'm opening up the possibility there may be an internal government operation to create ISIS, that we ourselves could defuse ISIS. That if what I've been saying for 2.5 years, that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and the CIA created ISIS, then we could pull the plug on ISIS ourselves. We don't need to have to fear ISIS. It's merely used right now to create propaganda for us to start a war in Syria, or to think that we all. But if they're saying we're threatened by ISIS, and they're at the same time they're asking us to get rid of guns, they're sending double messages to the American people. So all of us are being fearful of this threat of Muslim terrorists coming into our country. And of course, we're going to want to keep our guns. I don't want anyone to rape anyone here. I don't want anyone to be raped at areas of the country. I want them to think that there's a barrier there. But Obama wants us to disarm, bend over, grab our ankles, and spread them and lube up. That's what he's asking us to do. And the American people are going, this is insane. This is insane. We need a centrist party. But we don't want Donald Trump because he sounds like Hitler. And he doesn't want to respect our Constitution either. And he wants to set up a greater police state. A greater police state, as opposed to less of a police state. Donald Trump wants deportation forces. That's the problem. It's a big problem. Trump would ruin our country, turn us into a very, very dangerous country, more so than anyone even realizes. And we already have a big police state right now. We don't need a bigger one. And our president has done nothing to stop the brutality of our police force as they go around knocking doors down, acting like they're all an army unto themselves with SWAT teams in every city in the country now. Under Obama, they've delivered SWAT vehicles, MRAPs and MHRAPs and all these vehicles to these police departments. They all think there's some sort of a, a Gestapo agency. They're acting like a Gestapo. That's what it seems like more and more. So our country was never meant to be that way. And I'm going to steer us back to a low-profile police force, more freedom for the American people, no individual mandates, and no, in any way, are we going to be forced to do anything individually, especially RFID chipping ourselves. I don't want fluoride in our water system. I don't want the massive use of our RFIDs in our lives. I don't want to have to EID everybody. I'm against that too, because that's, right now you have to have a passport to travel from state to state. Are you aware of that? It's a brand new policy.
No idea. I wasn't actually.
Yeah, brand new policy. I'm not a shill, no, Fred. I'm the real deal. I know you're all going to get into the next Power Lotto because there was no winner, folks, in case you didn't hear. So.
Oh, so it'll go over $1 billion now.
Well, it's making it hard for criminals with records. Sure. Zellfire, let me at least appease you social liberals who want some sort of gun control. I got a C- from the NRA. That's a really bad grade, according to gun rights supporters. But they gave me a C- because I support verification. I support a period of time where, maybe 2 minutes, where you're at a gun show, and you say, hey, yeah, I'd like to buy that 45. I like that gun. And the guy says, okay, show me your ID. And he says, okay. And he looks at it and he punches into the computer, types in your driver's license number, and it either clears you or says red flags you as a person who's had a felony with a gun, a capital offense. And he also finds it if you are a mental patient that just broke out saying you want to kill people. Other than that, you'll be able to get that gun. Now, if you go ballistic going, what do you mean I can't have the 45? He'll pick up the card going, well, hell, man, I'm not going to do business with you. I'm out of here. That's the end of the problem, you see. Then we don't have these loonies getting guns if they can. But would I go deep into records like Obama's doing, like a Gestapo agent, looking into mental health records of every person out there? Hell no. I move on. I move forward. I'm not going to go door to door pulling out guns of people that are PTSD. That's wrong. Fred, the aliens are part of the alien agenda, which is a made-up story that the government created to take your mind off of the real issues, to divert your attention. I'll take the call now. Hang on just a second.
Call from?
It's Glenn.
Okay, we're back talking to a very interesting call right now about what El Chapo is going to do, where he's going to arrive in America, how safe he'll be. Will he be broken out by his gang members? I mean, we all watch shows on TV. That could happen. So maybe he's just looking for passport into the country. You never know. With a guy with his connections? Are we still on, caller? Okay, we lost the call. All right, well, thank you for calling. That was cool. All right, well, we've got a good conversation going here. I'm going to open up guest chat again. And like I said, I have never had a show move as fast as this as we've had tonight. Thank you, guys. We're not taking your call, man. Oatson, I missed your question. Let's take a look. Why not do a black or Middle Eastern voice? I have done black and Middle Eastern voices. Absolutely. I've got a broken St. Obama's video in the bag. I'm not a shill, man. I've never received any money from anybody, except our donations that are all logged in at fec.gov. All right, so we have established a little bit about our show, about what we're doing. We have different ideas that will help save the country. Yeah, Glenn, we're not taking your call. You know, Rodney had a problem with this too. He couldn't take no for an answer. I think a lot of these people were not really weaned off their mother's teat. Maybe they're walking around like Tinky Winky thinking they can get anything they want. Well, anybody who doesn't vote is basically saying they're worthless. Sarah is wonderful, isn't she? Yeah. So maybe you guys will get lucky in the Powerball. I wish you all luck. I know all of you deserve it. I really do. I know I'm not a shill, man. I told you that. Would a shill play Tinky Winky in the background? Come on, seriously. Medical professional makes shocking announcement about Hillary Clinton's health. You think Hillary Clinton has a brain problem with that chip misfiring or something? Okay. You had a CD you used. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much for doing this. I don't mind talking, as you know. After Democrat frontrunner Hillary Clinton took an absurdly long bathroom break last month during the debate, many speculated that it wasn't a trip to the ladies' room that caused Clinton's absence from something much more serious. A law enforcement source with inside connections has alleged that Clinton left the stage due to health issues that stemmed from a previous brain injury. Really? The long-lasting symptom from a concussion and blood clot may be the cause for Clinton's recent behavior. A neurologist commented that she may be suffering from post-concussion syndrome, which can severely impact her cognitive abilities. Well, there you have it, folks. Clinton's desire to have her turn as president may be coming to an end if she ends up becoming incapacitated due to her brain clot that she had right before the Benghazi hearings after Chris Stevens died. Walton, what do you have there? Don't do coke, man. I've never done coke. What is your problem? I mean, you come in here making accusations that just aren't true. So you got a Pakistan boy there, 7 gang raped and killed in a brutal attack. Wow. That is incredibly disturbing. I've heard that our soldiers in Afghanistan have actually been looking the other way when it comes to some weird activities like this. That is really disturbing. Whew. It makes you wonder what the world's all about, doesn't it? This is Sarah. She's a beautiful woman. You can't handle the truth, let alone these guests. Glenn still likes me. Well, that's very Christian of him. I appreciate that. Coming from a Jew, that's pretty Christian of him. Tell him kindly thank me for giving me a little slack. Cutting me some slack. So this is what we're shooting for. You know, it's a concept. Sponheim for 2016. But you know, I'm here for you. I'm not in this for personal gain, so you're welcome to come on in and participate anytime you want to share in all of these ideas that we keep hearing about. No, I'm not a shill. I'll tell you, if I get Glenn on the phone one more time, I'd be a flip-flopper. And I can tell you, I'm not a flip-flopper. Yeah, many of you are just really, using this venue to hate on people, and you need to start showing some love. Make love, not war. Make love, not war. That sounded really horrible. Why did Hillary Clinton wear those glasses after her concussion? Well, there's an entire...
I'm just going to let this sit.
Okay. It'll do its thing. It's making a backup recovery disk.
I don't know. I think it would count down instead of...
Yeah, that's okay. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, she testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in D.C. in January 23rd, 2013.
You can turn it off when it's...
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I'll check out in just a bit. Yeah, warm up that room and let's get a nice show going. Technically, the Republican strategist Karl Rove was correct when he suggested that Clinton suffered a traumatic brain injury after the fall in 2012. A concussion is the most common form of mild traumatic brain injury. Are you sure? Because she just said she was a robot the other day on Vanity Fair's interview. I keep playing that. No, they know I'm not a shill, dude. They can see that I'm an honest man trying to help. You can't say that about me. We're going to ignore all comments that are negative, and we do purge. So don't feel like it's anything you said other than the fact that you're an extreme pervert who's probably bi-curious and suffering from a deep desire to have sex with someone, and you haven't had sex in your life. All right, any other questions? No, I told Glenn I told Glenn that if he wanted to try out for the presidency or the vice presidency, he should send me his name. That's all I said. I never said I was considering him. I said just to send his name, and Glenn never sent his name. He was afraid to be revealed of who he is. So that's what happened there, and that's the end of that. David, I see why you turned off guest chat. I agree. But people need to have a chance to talk, and since I read 6,000 words a minute, I'm 3,225 in arrears. So feel free. I absorb information rapidly. Potato Girl. Obama's going to allow Syrian refugees to invite them in on his State of the Union address. This is called how to piss off the American people in 1 or 2 State of the Union addresses. Well, make no mistake about it. He's taking a dramatic step to show he opposes Republican efforts to slow or half the admission. He's invited a Syrian refugee to attend his State of the Union address. Rafael Hamo, a native of Syria now living in Detroit, will sit in the First Lady Michelle Obama's box. So Miss Michelle has a box, and he's going to be sitting in it. That's pretty cool. I'm afraid you got me mixed up with some other person who really... maybe it's your maybe it's your sick mind as it wanders the internet looking at free porn that turns a lot of you people. No, I offered basically to Glenn, I said, if you really want to get in the running, send me your name. That's all I did. I just said, if you want to get in the running, send your name in. That's all I said. And he never sent me his name. That's the story. That's the truth. And please, if you're from Denmark, could you just stay in Denmark? What goes on in Denmark should stay in Denmark. And I'm not going to allow you in the room if you keep posting links without asking my approval. You will be banned next time. Well, saying my face made your underwear get wet is not as bad as what I'm getting from other people. I'm not David Letterman. I would never have sex with an intern in the Ed Sullivan room. I wouldn't do it in any room, for that matter. It's just the wrong thing to do. It sends the wrong message. Well, let's be clear. Could you bend over? Well, thank you. It's true. The plane. Isn't it amazing? It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of chat dialogue. It's the amazing chat dar of David Sponheim. I'm capable of actually responding to 4 or 5 chat rooms simultaneously, so I'm probably going to have to integrate 4 or 5 more chat rooms into our show. I have discovered, it took me a while, but I discovered that man cannot live by one chat room alone. You must have more. So I am opening up the possibilities that this show could be taking in maybe 10 or 20,000 viewers. I'm getting ready for that. As the election heats up and fewer people are aware of the dangers of Trump and Hillary Clinton, are becoming more aware of the dangers, we will become an aware nation and we will begin to turn this whole thing around. I can feel it. I can feel the awareness growing in our room right now. I'm not a radio shill. I'm a pinch hitter. I said earlier I was a switch hitter and you got the wrong impression. I'm both a fiscal conservative and a social liberal, but I'm a pinch hitter too. I come in when the other guys can't swing. I deliver the long haul, slam it home kind of a hit. The Babe Ruth kind of hit whenever is needed. I'm the guy they have to call in when the crap has hit the fan. And here I am. You'll notice that other people don't have chat rooms like I do, that don't talk daily like I do. I've done 7,000 hours of broadcasting, reaching so many different people across the nation against all odds. Denmark, you've been muted, and you're on. This is your last warning, okay? The FBI created a compound called Super Spawn? No, I don't think so. I have no affiliation with the FBI. I've never even talked to them. Yeah, he probably loves... Glenn loved Obama, so now he's probably a Hillaryite. Potato Girl says, stop guest chatting. Okay, let's do it. Thank you, Potato. Potato Girl's right. Guest off. What subjects would you like to talk about? I've got 3 more minutes. I can elaborate in any different direction. Feel free. No good news is no news is better than good news at this point. They still have the methane leak 8,000 feet under the ground in Aliso Canyon, California, about 30 miles from Los Angeles. I would begin the evacuation process as president, but we don't have any response whatsoever from this lame duck president. Let's be clear. Now, he's probably going to be in our area pretty soon. No, actually, Bill Clinton's going to be in our area. He got back from his trip to Orgy Island. He wanted to stop off and talk to all those Democratic idiots. Go, Bill, can I get your autograph, Bill? Can I do a selfie with you, Bill? I never had sex with anyone over in Orgy Island. I never did. I never had sex with myself. I don't know who that person is, and I will not allow any more of this crap about Chet. Shadow Nose says, I don't believe in Satan, but Trump seems like him. Well, even if you guys are atheists, seriously, you're probably aware that evil exists. Okay? And it's a universal good versus evil now. And you can sense in your heart that this man, this greedy, corrupt guy who thinks he can borrow money and claim he made it, claiming he's worth $10 billion and can't prove it, that's the guy that is trying to drive votes to Hillary, the person who has a brain problem. So our country's never been in a worse situation politically. And they won't allow me into the debate because they know I'm so interesting, for lack of a better word. Yeah, I'm unpredictable. And they know that. And that makes them a little bit frightened. Not only am I unpredictable, but I can sell people on the concern that's growing in this country over the lame, incompetent government we have, the corruptness, the corruption that's currently affecting the future of our country is everywhere, and we can feel it. Everywhere you turn, you can feel it. And this whole thing about Hillary's email gate, it's going nuclear now. Right around New Year's Eve, they released a whole lot of her emails again, and she covered up so much when she was Secretary of State that you can't cover up a pile of crap like that with powdered sugar and expect it not to smell like crap. Yeah. Back in October, this person told us that Hillary Clinton's emails troubles were anything but over. The scandal over her misuse of communication while she was Secretary of State was sure to get worse. Well, sure enough, Emailgate continues to be a thorn in the side of Hillary and her presidential campaign, and may have just entered a new, potentially explosive phase with grave ramifications, both political and legal. The latest court-ordered dump of her email, just placed online to the State Department, brings more troubles for Team Hillary. They released over 3,000 pages, including 66 unclassified messages that the State Department subsequently determined actually were classified. However, all but one of those 66 were deemed confidential, the lowest classification level, while one was found to be secret. Well, apparently the rumors that Trey Gowdy were talking about her releasing secret information, classified information, are turning out to be true. So yeah, Trey Gowdy will probably get off on that defamation suit that somebody launched against her, or him. How do you endorse it, if not yourself? Who do you endorse? Oatsin, I don't endorse anybody right now. Our country is slowly rotting with corruption. I'm only endorsing myself. Your vote will be wasted whether you vote for Hillary or Trump or whoever is going to make the Iowa primary a fun place. Unless, of course, it's me. My problem right now with the two parties is really the key thing. I've come to the conclusion, and you may also come to the conclusion, that they're bought off. That they've been doing the work of the people that pad their paychecks. That these politicians are no better than a common whore. They will do a blowjob for a quick John who can pay her way or his way. The reality is we've got so much corruption in these people that suck up to huge military companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin. You want to hear something really weird? Thank you, Golden Orbs. I appreciate that, yeah, because I'm a voice specialist. That's what I do. But anyway, the F-22, the Raptor, one of the best planes our country ever made, actually. Still one of the best planes, and more than capable of defending our country in any battlefield. Was never used up until recently, when I was talking about this in my show for days and days, saying it never was used, and then Obama decided to use it in Syria, and he killed 531 people with it. But the Raptor is a contract that Lockheed Martin put together, and they had to pull the F-22 Raptor from the lineup of jets being operational because of an oxygen depletion issue with pilots. And I'll give you a little taste of what the Raptor looks like here. I'm just trying to cue it up. There it is. This is the Raptor. Okay. Sorry for the noise. Yeah, that was pretty loud. Very, very agile plane. Incredibly good. They downed it for about 6 months. It wasn't even flying, and then they used it in Syria. But the team of congressmen that oversee the flight operational capability of this plane, there's 23 people on the committee. They all receive around $6,000 a year in donations from Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin actually is the maker of the plane, and they send donations to all the congressmen that oversee its operational capability. You see a conflict of interest anywhere in that? Yes, Obama knows all about me. Okay, you got a stealth bomber you want to look at? Okay, we got a secret bomber headed over to South Korea. Okay, thanks. I'll bring that into the show in just a second. Well, anyway, this is an amazing plane. Incredible, but they downed it, and then the team of people that are overseeing it, they're all getting paid by Lockheed Martin. So there's a total conflict of interest. Whenever contracts come up, about 60% of our Congress is on the payroll of Lockheed Martin. So they have enough people that are in their back pocket. 60% is all they need to have a supermajority, and they can get any contract they want. So the F-35 is I started with this, is a $1.5 trillion project that's not going away anytime soon. The F-35 has actually failed in 2 critical flight tests, benchmark tests, against the F-16. It's a total conflict of interest code flex for those congressmen to all receive funding from Lockheed Martin when they're overseeing Lockheed Martin's operational capability. I mean, it is the worst kind of conflict of interest. It's pure corruption is what it is. And that's why I argue that these politicians are whores. And that's the kind of people I will walk up to and tell them to their face they're acting like a whore. This is a no BS way of talking to people that is the kind of method which will shut down the corruption that we are currently being plagued with. These people are on a never-ending whirlwind path to drain our country of every resource they've got. They'll put together the F-35 program for the rest of eternity if we don't stop them. Now, when it fails in 2 critical areas, and you're saying the NSA's failed us too. Thank you, Shadow Nose. Yeah, exactly. We don't have any accountability at all from the NSA. And that's the fault of Dianne Feinstein, who's done nothing in the oversight committee in that department. But anyway, these jet pilots are working hard. Our military is doing their best. Our veterans are striving to get some services, and we're basically screwing over everybody that's doing the hard work because of this terrible thing called greed. Nepotism. The F-22 Raptor is a great jet. Yeah, I think so. I've heard nothing but raving reviews about its capabilities. It's very much the mainstay. We have 187 of these things. It's the mainstay of our nation's fighting force, and it can be deployed at any time. But I'm glad that they pulled it off of the mothball list and brought it back into service. But at the same time, I'm a little concerned that all these people in the military-industrial complex are nesting in Congress, priming their pocket. I would be concerned if I were you, because frankly, our country's running out of money. And it's not good. Okay, I'm going to turn this light off. Do that. We're entering another phase. The new Cosby Wars. Oh, interesting. Well, why didn't it deploy in 9/11? Wouldn't we like to know? Well, hotline to God, we have a Truth Tuesday show where we focus on 9/11. Monday is our Conspiracy Monday show. We can talk about it there too. But I will mention to you briefly that nepotism, greed, all those things are basically involved here. 9/11, and this is relevant to the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, so I might as well touch on it. But 9/11 was a terrible tragedy for our country, not just the loss of nearly 3,000 people, but the cover-up of the 9/11 Commission report. So I support an investigation into that terrible situation. Let's find out who did this. We support an independent third-party investigation of the 9/11 Commission report. I'm still not happy with what we got. I still believe that there was money laundering involved in that entire event. And I'm of the belief that if we don't get oversight, the very same corrupt people that led to 9/11 are taking our country now into a war. And it's all about payback, nepotism, cronyism. All of that is at play here. But more importantly, 9/11 was a cover-up of $2.3 trillion. Donald Rumsfeld announced one day before 9/11 happened that the government, the Pentagon, was missing $2.3 trillion. 2.3. Fred, this Glenn person's been calling all night long. Apparently he's concerned about my tie. And you can understand I don't really need to talk about my tie on the show. Yeah. So that's what's going on. It's not pretty. And extreme corruption at the heart of our country is pretty much the last thing we need to deal with on top of all the other crap. But we've got all these problems mounting. It's getting to be overwhelming for a lot of people. They're kind of losing it. And if they're saying that Hillary can't hold a conversation without going to talk to her doctor, then she's not the right person for the job. Now, I'm the next best thing because I was a former Democrat who rejected Barack Obama as our presidential candidate and believed from the very beginning. I was a birther back in 2007, and I'm not afraid or ashamed to admit it. My effort has been to raise the bar of awareness about the corruption since then, and that's why we started America's Third Party back then. That's why I went out of my way to do an impersonation video of Barack Obama at great political risk, mind you. People are saying it was bad judgment, blah, blah, blah. I've been trying to save this nation for 7 years, and I did this video in 2008. And if I hadn't done it, people all around the world wouldn't know how serious the situation is. So I wouldn't have gone out on a limb to do a blackface video and impersonated and satirized this terrible president we've got unless I wouldn't feel complete if I hadn't done that. Because it was essential to make fun of this terrible, incredibly stupid teleprompter reading president who has taken us down. I created a character called Broken St. Obamas back then. And many of you are going to hear that, well, let's be clear. You know, this is an entire show I've actually published on YouTube. You can actually check it out. You can go to my YouTube channel and yeah, just check out all the videos I've done. Thank you. It is funny. And it's probably something that will wake you up, because the videos are political satire. And they're all about a president that has done the worst possible things. I mean, he's smoked marijuana most of his adult life. He said that. Yet, he hasn't legalized marijuana. So I've got a 20-minute light version of my most recent one. I did this one in 2008. And I was harassed, bothered, slammed in the foreign press over doing this. No, I don't regret doing it. I'm glad. I'm trying to explain to you, I am the guy trying to save this nation. I'm willing to go to any length to do it, as long as I'm within legal bounds. I don't want to hurt anybody, and I certainly don't want to defame anybody, and I'm not a racist. But I can tell you that we do not have freedom unless we test the boundaries of our freedom and actually put that idea out there. And if people want to call me names, let them. I'm not ashamed of what I did. I'm proud that I'm saving this country. And I'm proud I'm fighting for free speech. And the rights of even people to pursue their religion. And when I hear Trump sounding like Hitler wanting to attack Muslims, that's like, I've met Muslims. They're not bad people. If they're jihadists, they'd be bad people. But they're not necessarily jihadists. We will get tough with those people, and we will stop these encampments if they do exist, which I believe they do. But we're not going to overreact like the Trumpsters. All right, everybody, thank you for coming into our YouTube recorded broadcast. I'm going to sign off. It's been a long night. And I'm going to say hello to our late night show. And I'll be talking to you guys a little bit longer as well. But thanks to everybody for watching this recorded broadcast on YouTube. I'm David Sponheim, and I endorse this message. We'll be back for Conspiracy Monday for another show. Take care.